check out how fantastic those wings are, though. I mean, welcome in, everybody. Let's get. Let me figure out what I would. That and then over here, just need to go away. There we go. Go away, starting state. Hello, everyone. Right. Yeah, how about this shirt, though, huh? I got it at a thrift store. Put myself in a way where I'm not, my face isn't barred off by all the text. There we go. That's a little bit better. That direction. Maybe getting there. New setup. New setup. There's a lot. Look at how much text is on the screen. Oh my goodness. And I do need to. I've looked over the VODs, and I'm pretty sure that mic location is my #1 audio problem. What I need is a boom. I need my microphone to be here so that it's getting me clearly. And then I can turn all of the noise gates up higher. That way it won't be picking up any of the background noise at all, I don't think. Always feel like there's a little bit. And really, it's the light. A lot of what I'm dealing with is actually the lighting in this room. There's a lot of natural light that floods into the room. It's really great to be in this room because it's got lots of positive energy, good flow, and where the windows are. So far as the landscape, is quite beautiful. But it's not great for recording. So pros and cons. You got pros and cons, and it's okay. Since I spend most of my time in this room not recording, I don't mind any of that at all, right? So, as you all have noticed, I'm sure by now, is we have an integrated chat. I was playing around in both of the chats. I do have Nightbot activated with several of the commands that you're used to seeing on Twitch. I was going to point somewhere else, but it's also on Twitch. The Twitch commands or the Twitch emotes are coming. It was really very simple. I don't know why I was having trouble with it on the last stream, because when I went through all of the same steps that I had literally done on stream, off stream, it worked immediately. No problems. It showed right up. It was working easily, perfectly the way that it was supposed to. I don't know why it was not working for. And as the stream goes on, I'm going to end up back here anyway, so I'm sure I'm more down. That's the other thing that I really camera location. Now it's on top of my monitor. It needs to be probably about 2 feet back. Right? If it was 2 feet back, I think that it would be better and a little bit higher would be a better vantage point for me. Where I'm thinking of maybe not. I might try it down here and see like that it's a little bit more up at me. I'm going to try some different things, but those things cost money, and I don't have any of that. Not enough anyway to spend on a hobby that's not making me a lot of money. But I do appreciate the support that I've gotten. Not to belittle you all. Thank you so much for the support. I believe that I'm about to get a payout. So thank you very much. Show up any day. All of the contributions and support, everybody coming in, showing up, and talk about philosophy. Also, I've updated this, and I've got my coffee link up here. What else is? This is actually accurate. I'm not sure why it was showing that I had more. Oh, I do know, actually. I remember. It's because I was testing some of the features, and while I was testing some of the features, I was going and erroneously adding some subs, so that's why the number wasn't right. Thank you again, Nisa, for the gift sub that I have for this month. And we'll get some more. We just got to keep rolling on. I missed 2 days of streaming, so that's what happens when you're not here. There's no one to engage with. Now I'm here, and I'm working out really well on YouTube. Well, just I can make. Oh, I forgot to make an announcement in Discord, and that's the other thing is I'll probably figure out. It wasn't as intuitive as I thought to get Nightbot set up in Discord, because that's the thing. I can use Nightbot in Discord to help me manage some of the stuff in Discord. Oh, I forgot that I had a school. Uncanny how often I get school emails right before I'm about to go streaming. Okay, none of those are students, which I mean would be a surprise since I'm in between semesters. But you gotta check. There's no telling what kinds of unexpected occasions might require me to go out of my way and to do unusual things on behalf of a student as accepted. I believe that's one of the most important parts of my job is being able to make exceptions for people, exceptions because they have extenuating circumstances. Yeah, so title, and this is I'm putting this in in Discord. The announcement is talking philosophy, mostly about authority. I think we'll see. And so that's probably what. Oh, and that new logo looks so good on the Going Live page. I'm glad I made that transition finally. I like the old PFP. The old icon, but I like the new one. Thank you again, Brittany Roxit, for the I thought that it was still in the. Hey, welcome in, Jane. No, I have not been hit by the age verification yet. I don't think, or maybe I have, and it was something that I did a long time ago. But welcome in. It's good to see you. I think I might not understand the full. I might not fully understand the question. Was that's my thing. But regardless, I have I've got my videos set to not for children, and I think that that's the only thing that I need to do. Right? Should be. I've already posted videos. I just don't have live videos. So maybe there's something different about live that you're talking about that I don't know about yet. But we'll see. we'll find out what's going on. I hope that you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day. Really great to see. Oh yeah, I was trying to check. I got distracted. something that something happened that wasn't supposed to in the beginning of stream. I bet nobody noticed, but of course I noticed. When I was transitioning from the one song to the next song, it was supposed to go seamlessly to a video scene where it was playing the video, and instead it was playing something that even though I had set the source to the right set of pages, it had reset another set of pages. It's a small technical quirk, and I know I shouldn't really be that worried about it, but I want things to look good and to aesthetically. I'm trying to make products here that people want to consume. But and on a similar note, I was able to spend a little bit of time going through and looking at the VODs. So I'm glad that you're here, because where is it on my note? Because you had asked a question in one of my previous streams, and you asked it twice. You were persistent. You were persistent, and yet, despite your persistence, I missed the question both times. And it was about. Why do I keep clicking on the thing? Yeah, there we go. Monotropic versus polytropic understanding or thinking, or I haven't had a chance to really look into this yet. I don't know that much about it. From what I understand, polytropic is a kind of, or no, maybe it's the monotropic. Monotropic is a kind of special interest that people who are on the spectrum sometimes present. Am I getting it wrong or backwards? I didn't have, I haven't really looked much into it. So to answer your question, I'm not sure. And I'm not sure if you remember the context of the, I should have saved the spot on the VOD, where you asked the question so that we could get all the context. And I had just, I just got finished setting up all the stream stuff for stream this morning, so I haven't had a lot of time to do extra stuff. But that is one thing that I wanted to do, was look into more monotropism, polytropism, cognitive style, where individuals tend to focus their attention on all number of interests in any given time, potentially neglecting other things. And what we were talking about was rather than seeing or understanding, rather than understanding our understanding as corridors, that we should see our understanding, or that we should think about our understanding as trees that have many different branches that are all potentially possible or all potentially meaningful, and then there's lots of different roots. So there's there's versatility to the knowledge that we have. And so I think that in many ways, yes, to answer your question, if I think I could, in the few minutes that I have understood this concept, right? That yes, there is, if we think about the tools that we are given in a very simplistic way, as in, somebody showed me how to use a hammer. They showed me the tool, and they showed me one way to use the tool, and so I understand the world in this only one way, then that's a corridor. And then I'm blocking off other avenues or other interests or other possibilities, other avenues of knowledge, ways that I can use this same knowledge in different Ampliative ways is actually the philosophical term that that we would use in ampliative ways. So to give a quick explanation of what ampliative knowledge is, we can use math. This is what Immanuel Kant uses to explain this idea, is that when you don't understand the mechanics of addition, say, you might practice, right? When you're young and you're first learning addition, you might have a bunch of problems, and this is supposed to be some kind of practice for you to figure out how the thing works. And then somebody says yes or no, and it requires lots of really hands-on. From what I understand, the way that they teach math now to younger kids is much better than the silly way that we were taught. Because that's basically how I was taught. Was there was just somebody put a piece of paper in front of me and they told me when I was wrong and when I was right, until I figured out that, you know, at first I was memorizing 4 and 4, that's 8. And I, you know, I didn't understand the function. I didn't understand the relationship of the 4s. I just knew that when there were 2 4s, that was 8, right? And I just memorized. And at some point, the memorization turned into switched. There was a switch that went off where I understood the units and how the units were supposed to relate to each other, that they were representations of different ideas. The 4 isn't a thing, it's a language that I'm using to understand units and quantity. And once you have this idea, then you can use this knowledge ampliatively. You don't have to, you no longer have to rely on memorization 4 and 4. You can, you know how to do the thing with adding your fingers and counting on your toes if you need to. And you practice that until you don't need that crutch anymore. You expand your understanding of how math works, and it's building. You take bits of information that you've gathered throughout your life to construct these ideas that become that they become radiant with knowledge. That this is now radiant with knowledge, radiant with purpose, radiant with potential meaning everywhere in the world. Right, when you come to understand math well enough, you can kind of see the math in the way that flowers grow and the way that trees orchestrate their branches. You can see the patterns, and you can understand the math behind those patterns if you come to understand math well enough, so that you literally see the world in numbers, in a kind of way. And so the knowledge that you gain, it's the point of talking about ampliative knowledge in the first place has to do with Hume's fork. This is something that I've talked about a number of times on the stream, where Hume came along and said, well, okay, everything, literally all knowledge, everything that you can know that is within the realm of possibility of knowing, everything that fits in that can categorically fit in this realm of knowable things, is reducible to 2 categories. And this is Hume's fork. Hume's fork says that all of your knowledge is experience of the world, direct experience of the world, or sense impressions of your experiences of the world. So you experience the world, or you remember your experiences of the world. Those are the two kinds of knowledge that you have, and that's it. But this caused a lot of difficulties with reconciling that science, natural science, could give us real concrete knowledge, truth about the world. Because if everything is reducible to sense experience or impressions of our sense experience, then we have no objective reality to which we can appeal for truth. It's the principle of sufficient reason. The principle of sufficient reason states that for every effect that we find in existence, there must necessarily be a cause. So I'm going to let this thing. This is kind of a tough one. So I'm going to let this one sink in for a minute. For every state of affairs, or for every effect, whichever way you want to think about it, for every state of affairs which is ever and has ever been and can ever have been or will ever be, for every state of affairs, there is a necessary and sufficient reason for that state of affairs to exist as such. This is basic ontology, basic metaphysics, that the principle of sufficient reason states that for every state of affairs in the world, there is necessarily a cause, right, that leads to that state of affairs. And the problem with this is that it assumes that all of our future experiences of the world will necessarily correspond with all of our previous experiences of the world, which we know actually to be a logical fallacy. That future events will necessarily correspond with past events in a way that's intelligible to us is not something that is necessarily guaranteed. And the example that's often given is that you have no reason to assume that the sun will rise tomorrow. Just because it has every day previously in your entirety of existence so far risen every morning reliably, that is not necessarily a guarantee that tomorrow it will. Right? And we understand, I hope, why this is a fallacy, right? Why it would be a fallacy to assume just because yesterday that's what happened and the day before that's what happened, tomorrow's necessarily going to be the same in all those same kinds of ways, right? There are any number of kinds of things which could catastrophically happen to make whatever that means, the sun rise tomorrow, right? That's a very vague phrase which would need lots and lots of unpacking. That's kind of the hinting at the topic for today. Welcome in, Michael Hassler. It's good to see you. Is kind of hinting at the kind of ideas that we're going to be talking about today in freedom, liberty, and authority. And of course, this is all about language. So I mentioned this in the last stream. I'm pretty positive, and I'd mentioned it in both of the streams before I went to Rhythms on the Rio for my break. That all of the things that we're talking about in the channel are all conversations about and around language. and how language determines, in a strict philosophical sense, our categories of understanding, such that before you make judgments about the world, prior to you making judgments, the categories of apprehension by which you come to organize your thoughts and make judgments, those categories are determined in a strict philosophical sense by language. Language that is embedded with lots of colonial and imperialist ideology, that and these, the way that the language is constructed interferes with our ability to have certain kinds of discussions. This is why we were talking about freedom, that this is a perfect example of the difficulties that we find with colonial languages in expressing ideas of freedom and free will and liberty, because all of the language that we use is born from the Enlightenment and laden with John Stuart Mill's liberal ideology. Liberalism is at the heart of how your language has evolved. Well, if you're an English speaker, then that is the case. That John Stuart Mill's liberalism is inherently throughout systemically embedded in how your language has evolved as a language. Heuristics, in other words, absolutely. That's exactly right. I had a point. I lost my point. Where was I going with that? What was I talking? Oh, right. Talking about this, the monotropism versus polytropism. So in this, yes. So this all has to do with languages. So going back to the hammer analogy, right? If we think about the hammer, if we've been shown how to use the hammer, there is a way that we can think about the knowledge that we have gained, and we can use that knowledge ampliatively. We can figure out that we can use the same tool to pull out nails. We can use the same tool, like we talked about on the previous stream. If we don't have a saw, we can use the hammer to break through 2x4s so that we can put them together. If that's what we need to do, then that might be how we need to use the tool. And for some of us, there's this efficiency difficulty where we run into, and we think, well, but we would need a saw for that. If the state doesn't give you the tools that you need to build the philosophy, or build the ideas, or build the movements, or build the revolution that you need to meet the material conditions, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit around and wait for somebody to invent the saw? Or are you going to use the hammer to break through those 2x4s so that you can put the thing together anyway? Right? And we need to be able to think about our tools in new and creative ways that might seem backward, or that might seem inconsistent, or might seem inefficient. But if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. The material conditions dictate what is necessary for us to do the revolutionary thing. What we wish, what we'd will, what we'd want, idealistically, or in our fantasy of whatever the revolution is supposed to be like, that doesn't matter. The material conditions matter. They dictate what we do. What's up, Aku? I'm doing very well. How are you? You might not, but long. just to what do you think about the new setup, everybody? That we've got the integrated chat, so everybody who shows up on YouTube will show up on here as well. You've got the new sub counter over here. The coffee link has been moved to a more out of the way, decluttered place, I think. That's kind of an inappropriate question out of nowhere. I've also got the chat integrated here, though the coffee link moves. You know, so because I don't want to block the whatever's going on over here. Oh yeah, and I should also talk about the music that we. So the video that we watched was Problemas. The name of the song is Oblivion, and a big guy, gigantic is something that we've I've played this one. It's a good, uplifting, feel good song that I really good way to start the stream, I think. I wanted to go over here and see what it looked like and make sure everything looked like it was supposed to. So far, but how is the audio? Crash Nomancer had said in the last stream that some of my audio was a little bit choppy. Is that still the case? Is some of my audio choppy? Some of it's okay, some of it's choppy, all of it's choppy, none of it's choppy. All of my working right over here. That's the thing. How will I know? Oh, I need to lines here because the Nightbot is supposed to have a timer that's already going, but I have it set to 2 lines, so maybe me typing in a command isn't enough. Maybe I have to do. Everything's working over there. Well, I mean, I also have to wait 10 more where the YouTube one pops up. And something that just occurred to me that hadn't occurred to me before is I should hide one or the other. Maybe I should hide the Nightbot, because if I have timers going off in both places, that's going to kind of be overwhelming in chat, isn't it? Really hadn't thought about till just now. Oh, my audio looks like my audio is. Still there. Okay. So we've got that. Looks like that's okay. I dropped frames there for a minute. But it looks like we're good. Okay. Okay. So, back to the topic ish. Oh, right, because I didn't finish mean, I kind of had finished the talking about what Jane had brought up in the previous stream. Oh, and it occurred to me. Am I pronouncing that correctly as well? Curse Chaos. Jane, you want me to say Jane, or it could be Jane E. If you want, if don't always think to ask about how pretty sure Michael Hassler. I'm pronouncing that one's. I had kind of answered the question, but not sure that the whole thing is fully fleshed out. Okay. That's what I thought. Jane, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I always appreciate that. Yeah, how it's ampliative. That's but see, but it doesn't fully answer the question, because that's not really what the difference between monotropism and polytropic thinking is. Tropism, or when you don't know about something, not even sure how to talk about the thing. But that's not really what the difference is, right? But it kind of is. So there's, and I guess let me actually look. Instead of talking out of my butt. Tendency or the monotropism. When I look this up other things that don't have how one understands the world. Okay, here we go. Google showed me something different today than it showed me yesterday. I'm not surprised. Thanks, Google, for being weird and inconsistent. In context, a way of distributing, that's the word, distributing process. Multiple stimuli and switch tasks or interests simultaneously. So it's not really quite the same thing, is it? So this difference between monotropism and polytropism is about frameworks for mapping the world. I think is a good way to describe it. So, if we use the clumsy analogy of the processing unit as a programmed processing unit, like you would think of a PC doing computation, in the formal input-output kind of process. This analogy is helpful. It's a little bit clumsy, but it is helpful for understanding frameworks for mapping the world. And some programs, some processors are really good at focused tasks, right? At being able to focus in their attention on tasks at hand to execute the task. Some of those people might have difficulty if other people are interfering, if other events or other things are distracting their attention from their doing. They might have difficulty with the being able to complete the processing. Other factors interfere, whereas some people might be able to maintain their attention and have a conversation and think about this other thing that they have on their calendar and etc etc etc. So that's a and also I should caveat this. I am no expert on psychology. I have read psychology stuff. I know more than nothing about it. But I'm trying to think of the other schools of knowledge that are tangentially related to this discussion. And in all of those fields of study, I am in no way an authority or very knowledgeable. So the language that I'm using will probably be limited, and my understanding of the concepts is, of course, going to be very shallow. So I just want to throw those caveats out there. But I think that there is a way that what am I trying to say? Even though they're different. There we go. Let's just use very simple words in explain this simply. Even though we're talking about very different things that function in different ways, I think that we can think about the two ideas analogously. So that would be a better way to answer your question, Jane, is that whether or not it is the case that what I was talking about on stream at that time about learning how to reuse the knowledge that we have in ampliative ways, whether or not that applies to this distinction between monotropism and polytropism, that there is that there's value to thinking about these two ideas similarly. Even if they're not the same thing, I think that they can be thought of in a lot of the same ways. Because they might actually be more similar than it seems to me in function and framework too. Again, I'm just taking a shallow dive into this. But I think that I'm satisfied with that answer. I hope that you're satisfied with that answer, and that I was finally able to give it to you from 2 weeks ago, because it was actually, I think it was 15 days now since whatever stream that was. It was 15 days ago. That's where we're talking about. But I finally got back to watching that VOD, and I saw your question and I wanted to discuss it. Oh, that was the other thing that I wanted to talk about. I have a whole bunch of shorts that I have released on YouTube, so feel free to share those, please. Or share the ones on Twitch. That's still cool too. But the YouTube ones, I think, are gonna be more useful, right? That's more people are familiar with that platform. Right, that's going to be, you can post that anywhere else. Sometimes Twitch videos have difficulty, the clips have difficulty being shared on other platforms, or I've experienced with that difficulty. Oh, and I have a bunch of stuff on TikTok. I don't really TikTok. but other people TikTok. So if you are a TikToker, maybe you know, hop on and like one or two of them and interact with one or two of them or share one or two of them. Um, that would be that is a good avenue for growing the channel too and getting more exposure, getting more people interested in the kinds of conversations that we're trying to have here. Um, what else did I want to say with all the new? I should have made a list. I have a checklist for just this reason, and the funny thing about lists is that they don't work if you don't use it. Turns out there's a relationship there that has to be maintained, and all right. So anyway, yeah, it's been more than 10 minutes. The timer, the Nightbot timer is certainly not working, which is probably okay. I don't really need there to be a timer going off in both places. And again, if both things are showing up in the chat, and it really, I know how to go in and turn it off. I just don't want to do that during. If I make any changes to this, then everything goes away. I know it's a nitpicky thing, but I don't want everything to go away, and then I'm weird. I'm silly. Let me be silly. From the other stream. What was the other thing from the other stream that we wanted to talk about? Right, no. Did that, and we did that. I am gonna do the academic deep dive on why academia is flaccid and facile. That's gonna be a whole video, a whole stream. I might do that Friday. We'll see. Yeah, yeah, we'll see. Be a good topic for Friday. That's the other thing that I want to get in is the relationship between narrative and knowledge. So the reason why I've got narrative in the stream title is one of the things that one of the philosophies and the philosophers that I really get into, Michel Foucault. And I think that Foucault offers us a lot of really valuable insight into history and a lot of valuable insight into cycles that lead necessarily, actually categorically, into apertures of control. Because we're talking about space, we're talking about physical space, as well as the marketplace of ideas, as well as the manufactured consent, as well as, so we're talking about Marx and the superstructure versus the base, right? The material world. And there's some of Foucault that I believe draws attention to a gap in Marx's analysis of superstructure and base. I know that there are a lot of people on the left who love to stand Marx, and a lot of people in this chat who are regulars in this channel who also stand Marx, and it's good that we have philosophers that we look up to for helping us better understand the world. But we don't want to get locked into the kind of mistake that I was making, that I was talking about on, I don't remember when it was, when I was talking about the Madeline Pendleton video on why she is not an anarchist anymore and now calls herself a socialist or a communist, and has abandoned that. When I was talking about my response, right, that's something that Matt posted in response to me talking about why I'm an anarchist first and foremost and not a communist socialist. So that video, in that VOD, in that stream, I'm trying to come face to face with the deficiencies of my own ways of understanding the world. I'm trying to look in the face, honestly, the limitations of my banner, of the banner, right? That I am under the anarchism banner, and that sometimes I was talking about, I used to have a tendency, and I probably still do, have a tendency to defend my banners in a knee-jerk fashion when somebody attacks anarchism or is critical of anarchism. My immediate response is to defend anarchism, right? And that is a response that we should be highly critical about, because there is nothing absolutely good about anarchism. Like all of the other things that we have talked about, it is a mechanism, it is a vehicle for apprehending the world. It is a tool, it is a corridor or a tree, it is a faculty by which I understand the world. And it has its pros and cons. It has its uses and limitations. All of those came through all at the same time. I need to figure out when to. How long have I been streaming? Just at an hour. And all of those things popped up all at the same time. Right, and the Discord I've got going off too often. I'm not even sure how often it's set to. Take a minute. Y'all don't mind if I derail for a minute. Take a look at my time-based command. So that's every 10 minutes. Right now, Discord is going off every 10. Make it 915, right? And if that's going to make a big difference. Just an extra 15 minutes in between the intervals 20. And the donate one, and that's why they all went through at the same time, is because the follower email goes off every 20 minutes. Also much. I'm gonna rethink my timers. I'm gonna definitely I have the time. There's a better way to do them that I just haven't figured out yet. And that's the funny thing about programming. Because when how to explain this? I mean, it's when it comes to programming, there's a whole world of possibilities. There are whole worlds of possibilities that are behind just a few characters. Just a little bit more understanding about how a program works, or how the variables work in conjunction, or how a certain function works. Right. Or Excel, right? This is it for those of you who know a little bit about Excel, then maybe this analogy would be better. It's not just a list for spreadsheets. It's a highly advanced computational tool that can do massive amounts of very complex math instantly. Excel is an amazingly powerful computation tool. The things that you can do with it are just out of this world. Really, almost unbelievable. When like, if you take an Excel class, it's one of the things that I see people joke about. As a college instructor, it's one of those things that I think is kind of interesting, that people see, a class on Excel. What, are you just going to learn how to do spreadsheets? No, it's a magical tool. There is so much that you can do with it, but you just need to know. You need to have the knowledge. You need to understand how the tool works, and then you can do magic with it. And programming in general is that way. So I have enough understanding that I can do programming. I can make a program. If I wanted to build an AI, I could. I have potentially the knowledge. Rather, I have enough knowledge that I know the avenues of knowledge that I would need to pursue, such that I'm confident that if I wanted to build an AI, by the end of this week, I could have an operating AI. It would just take me dedicating a lot of my time and energy and effort into solving how to work all of that out, the nitty-gritty details. But I know how to go about solving those problems. I know how to answer the questions of how to build the things that would produce in parts an AI. Some kind of generative AI. Like, I don't want to. I don't have any interest in doing that, which is why I've never done it. Right? It's a lot of time and effort and energy in understanding how to use those tools to be able to do that. I have a basic enough understanding that I could pick up those tools and work it out. And that's kind of the same, right? I have access to those corridors of information. And once I had established those corridors of information, maybe I turn them into trees. Maybe that's the way the analogy works. I'm not really sure how this analogy is going to pan out, to be. But that's the other thing that I meant to mention. In relation to this very conversation, the tree analogy isn't mine. I got this from Trashnomancer. That's an analogy that they used in one of the, probably 4 or 5 weeks ago now, a stream a short while ago. had, but we were talking about knowledge and knowledge acquisition, and that rather it being a street. I was talking about it being a two-way street, and Trash Nomancer was talking about, well, what about branches, right? Or offshoots, and then that's where the tree analogy comes from. Anyways, credit where credit's due. That's what I'm trying to do. Let's switching gears a little, maybe. Uh, there was a video that I wanted that had information that I thought other liked. Now I don't remember what the video was. Oh, my connection's terrible right now. Am I still coming through? I'll still see me. That's a lot of drop frames. Not even windy out. Still going. Oh, that's that too. I can see. All right, that doesn't matter. We'll check that out some other time. Video's laggy. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just gonna give it a second. Second. Welcome in, Matt. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. That's not giving me. I was just trying to see if I could look and see what the video quality um is on the other side. But now it looks like my connection's good. Still have drop frames. Yeah, it's catching up, but it's probably going to take a minute. Welcome in, Street Cat Love. Good, there we go. We got somebody over on the YouTube side too. Good. Good. Good to see everybody. I hope you're doing well, Street Cat Love. Hey, and I can test it. I want to test this. Now, have a command for our comrade Street Cat Love. Who's now good? Thank you. And there's a command that I wanted to show off over here. No, no, it's not over there. Because I changed it. I changed it. Well, let's see what happens. Let me try something. It might not. Yeah, now that I think about it, I haven't set that up in Nightbot yet. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Please drop me down to a lower thing. It looks like I'm still it looks like I'm still catching up. My connection is good, but I still show lots of drop frame rate. It takes a while for it to back up. But let's try this.
In order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. The United States has none.
So that's I have a 10-minute cooldown on that. Yes. Oh, yes, and thank you for sending that message to me in the Discord, Street Cat Love. It was very helpful, and it allayed my fears because I had seen the TOS, and the way that the TOS is worded is a little bit weird. And thank you for adding me to the BDS page. That'll be awesome. Thank you. In fact, I also have this. I think I've updated this. Yeah, I updated this a little bit. I also have a similar one that works on YouTube, but it doesn't have the emotes, of course. I believe that I can see emotes on YouTube. I think maybe, but I don't know how to do that yet. That's about the knowledge. That's what I was rambling about, the knowledge acquisition, where I was going on that tangent about Excel. It's weird where philosophy takes you sometimes when you're trying to just make a point. Trying to make a very simple point, and all of a sudden I'm talking about Excel and programming line. But there's some stuff that that I still have to figure out with, because I want Nightbot in Discord too. That'll be helpful. And so I need to figure out the Nightbot settings for that, and I need to figure out the Nightbot settings for the timers because I don't have timers, and I need to make the timers not all show up in chat so it's not overwhelming. Some of the timers maybe would be a good idea to have in chat, but I'm not sure. I'll need to think more about timers. Only hit Microsoft parts of Excel. Yeah, that's everything else is fine. When it comes to just the processing, that's what I was talking about. Is that Excel is actually an amazing computational tool. There is a whole bunch of amazing things that you can do with Excel. But when it comes to stacking your workflow and a lot of the other Microsoft stuff, the way that it ports information in and out from other applications, that is really tricky and doesn't always work very well. So hey, look, the Nightbot is actually doing something now. Maybe it might be the case that me typing lines in chat don't activate the Nightbot on YouTube, but that having somebody else type lines, because that's 2 lines in chat that we got from Street Cat Love that activated. I'll have to set it to 1 line too, but maybe the Nightbot's going to be active now on YouTube. I thought that me putting the lines in chat would be good enough, but maybe I'll have to do more research on that too. There's so many quirks with these kind of things, but Google Sheets, I don't use much of Google's stuff, right? When it comes to Google Cloud, Google Docs, Google Sheets, I don't use any of their stuff because the learning curve for what I can do with those tools to me is not worth it. Whereas with Excel, right, there is a steep learning curve to Excel. I get it. I get it. But also what you can do with Excel is magic. And when it comes to a lot of the other Google applications, what their stuff does is very basic. And it's good if you are looking for a free thing that does a basic thing. But it's very, very basic. And like Google Docs especially, there's not much that I hate, that I dwell on, because it's not healthy, it's not good for you. But Google Docs is one of those things that every now and then it will make my life so hard, so much harder, because a student, or because of their situation, because that's what they're using and that's what they have and that's how they can do their assignments. Now I have to use Google Docs for this student to do this thing, to grade in a certain kind of way, and it is not a pleasant experience. It is not my favorite way to do anything when it comes to being an instructor and teaching and leaving notes and interactions back and forth with a student. Google Docs is a nightmare. It is just not fun. Compared to other programs that do that kind of thing. Even Word does a better job if you want to leave comments and notes and have back and forth. Word is very simple, but very effective, and you can do a lot of stuff with it. You can leave annotations literally anywhere on the page. And Google Docs is kind of limited on how you can make annotations and where you can make the annotations. And I'll say Google has better workflow compared to Microsoft. Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that, but I use both of those tools so little that I wouldn't really have a good, I wouldn't be a good judge of that difference. I would just have to take your word for it. So I'm not arguing, only because I've got nothing to argue. I've got no opinion there whatsoever. Not a meaningful opinion. What do I normally use for um so I do almost everything through Canvas or Studio or Turnitin, or what's the other, for my other college in Hampshire, that university has its own grading tool that does everything. So students can't use a third party anything, which it makes my life a lot easier in a lot of ways. But also their tool is not the best either. There are lots of limitations that I would say, lots of critiques that I would have. But for a college doing it itself, right? So it's the college's programmers have come together and have put together the apparatus that all of the students use for all of their document submitting, creation, and editing. It's all in the built into the course, built into the university. It's so it's actually kind of cool, right, that you get access to this free thing that does a lot of cool stuff, the kind of stuff that you would get from Google or from Microsoft, but it is a little bit limited in what it can do. And but I'm comparing it to Canvas. And for those of you who have used Canvas, well, okay. it can have its own headaches and frustrations too. For example, the semester before last. The semester before last, I made a bunch of changes to my course. And at the same time, Canvas made a bunch of sweeping changes to its program and to the way that it does rubrics and to the way that it does the speed grader. So that was frustrating, right? That I spent a lot of time designing my course in a particular kind of way because I was using the tools this way. And then I went to set up my course, and all of my tools were completely changed, were completely different, worked a different way, looked a different way, interacted with each other in a different way. And so that was very frustrating. And I spent a lot of time on the phone with tech support and going back and forth. And actually, they made whole sweeping changes to the college's account. But that's the beauty of Canvas too, is that there's if I have a problem with Microsoft, there's nobody that I can call. There's nobody that I can reach out to for tech support. That Microsoft doesn't tech support their stuff. You just have to figure it out. Good luck. Unless you have a corporate account, and that's expensive as all get out. Right, but with Canvas, I can just reach out to Canvas, and I'll have a tech within usually 2 or 3 hours. A tech will email me or call me on the phone if that's what it requires, so that we can walk through the steps of figuring out how to make this work the right way. So that's I guess I'm just spoiled in that way. A CryptPad is a cool online suite, but slow. I don't mind slow as long as it works well. CryptPad, okay. LibreOffice, completely free. I used that for a long time. LibreOffice, that was for probably about 12 years. That was the thing that I used for everything, or everything that it can do anyway. CryptPad, oh, that's our does tech support if you find the link. Well, if you've used their tech support to success, then I'm not going to push back on that. But typically, when I have a problem and I try to reach out to tech support, what I get is an email that's a generic email that doesn't address what I was. It's like a canned response. It's like somebody will respond to this, and then what I get is usually something that's very generic and not very helpful, or has to do with what I'm talking about, and then I just never follow up. So I guess that's probably a me problem too. I can't fault them if I'm not willing to meet them halfway. Last time I used Canvas was 2023 spring semester while I was a senior in high school. But I didn't mind it. Yeah, it's in the thing that I like most about Canvas, that people that don't have any idea on how to use programs seem to have no problem figuring out how to navigate through Canvas. But of course, that has to do with the instructor too. There are bad ways that you can set up a course in Canvas, but generally, the format is so easy for the instructors to use, even if they don't have any knowledge with HTML or programming. I do, so I can do amazing things with Canvas. My courses look baller. Like, I've seen other professors' courses, and my courses look good. That they are well organized. They're warm and welcoming. I explain things over and over and over and over again in a number of different places, so the students see the same explanation in the same words several different times in several different places, and I provide links for all of the additional information. So if they have any questions, there's a dedicated page for all of your additional questions. Right. And I try to make the course, it's hard enough to be a student, right? So I try to make the course really fun and bright, vibrant, warm, and there's lots of cool stuff that you can do in Canvas with because it's all HTML. If you know how to basic HTML, you can do magic in Canvas. Yeah, my Canvas would be so 90s build. I've gotten Microsoft Chat on the phone for Microsoft Office. That's really good. Because I thought that I've tried before, and again, maybe I haven't been persistent. Well, and it's also, as I understand it, the college has to pay a lot of extra money to Canvas for the technical support. It's not guaranteed. It doesn't come with the product necessarily, or rather, I should say, the level of technical support that I have access to isn't something that probably comes default with Canvas. Not all universities have that, but my university pays all of the extra money so that literally at 2:00 in the morning, I can send an email to tech support, and within hours, somebody will have gotten back to me, and it'll be a person, right, who will have looked at my ticket, who will have already accessed my account and tried to see my problem from my perspective. That's where I love that. That's, before they'll call me on the phone, they'll be like, "Hi, I'm logged into your account right now." Or actually, they have to do a bunch of security stuff with me first. But once we get past the security stuff, they'll be like, "Okay, I'm logged into your account. Explain to me again what the problem is that you're going through, so I can watch literally while you go through the problem from your perspective." So it's really kind of nice. Contact the professor page. Yes. Rip off. Just ask Jeeves for the meme. Good. 480. Good. I'm glad that that's working. I'm glad that I've got the option so that there's a threshold that streamers have to cross before you, as the viewer, have the ability to change the settings. I had set it so that viewers could to adjust their settings years ago, but when I first made the change, my viewers couldn't because I hadn't reached the viewer threshold. Good. It goes all the way down to 180p, or maybe that's something that they've changed for everybody now too, because because there are channels that I've gone to that I can't adjust it. That's been recent. I think last week was the last time I was in somebody's chat, in somebody's channel, and I wasn't able to adjust it. I was looking, I was like, why is this so laggy? Why am I having so much trouble? And then I realized I can see too clearly. It was in 1080, and I couldn't drop it below 1080, which means I can't watch that stream. It means that I'm going to get a minute or two at a time, and then I just get a bunch of choppy, and then I never get to enjoy the stream at all. I didn't consistently get transcodes until I was an affiliate. Yeah, I think that you have to get past a certain threshold. So clearly, I'm past whatever that threshold is. But yeah, good. I'm glad that it's working. And this looks like a good size. I can make it bigger, But I can't really make it smaller without completely assessing the size and ratio of the widget. That seems like it's pretty good. This is bigger than this text, and this text seems to me to be readable from well, depends on what your video quality is. I bet at 480 you could probably read this no problem, but I bet this is a little bit blurry. In this, I really am thinking about putting some kind of background behind. There's not really a good color that makes that pop. Well, that green does pretty good. Also, let me take a minute to show off this awesome shirt in case anybody missed this. I was standing up earlier. I picked this up from a thrift store for 25 cents. Can't read the subs at 360. That's excellent information, Cat Love. I appreciate you. Can't read the subs at 300. And that's because like with that feedback is helpful. So the same thing is true for your stream. The red blurb that you have at the top of yours, I have to turn it up to 480 to read it. At 360, I can kind of make out some of it, but most of it just doesn't translate. And 160, it's almost hard to tell that there's anything there at all. But you know, that's neither here nor there. 160, you're just giving up on being able to watch anything, see anything on the stream at all. Anyways, which is when I'm watching other people, I'm not really that concerned with what's going on. Good, awesome, good. 480, and the subtitles are. You all are fantastic. Thank you. thank you for helping me be tech, do the tech support thing and figure this out. And well, I mean, I guess you all benefit too if you're gonna be here. You're gonna want things to look good for you. But thank you. I really appreciate everybody helping out with the feedback and giving me some information about this. It does. I think it's looking much better. I like Trash Nomancer's idea of making these banners nice and solid, and then they're solid on both the screens too. So when I come over here and do this, the only thing that I'm not super happy about is that chat has to be a little bit scrunched. So in this view, we don't get to feature as much of the chat, but anytime that we're having lots of conversation and there's lots of back and forth and there's lots of stuff going on in the chat, I'll probably just be on the screen anyways, or think to switch to over. Because that just makes more sense. I'm only over on the other one so often. Oh, and let me do this too. Thinking about this. I now have, because Firebot's actually very awesome. Street Cat Love, you were the one that turned me on to Firebot. So thank you. There was a learning curve for using that. Talking, going back to that conversation about learning curve of the tool. There was a learning curve, but not bad at all. Really, it's so much similar to all of the other kinds of bot tools that I've used. A lot of the commands are basically the same. So was once I got going in the setup, it was really easy to get on board with, to get everything looking good, working well. Try some of the other stuff that I still haven't gotten any other sound alerts other than the non-violence one. But it should work so that anytime anybody says non-violence in chat, in the Twitch chat anyway, it should trigger the full sound alert with the video of Kwame Ture, who, by the way, if you look up stuff on Kwame Ture, everything dead names him. Everything uses his old colonized name of Carmichael of I know with the first name. I was just looking at it. I spend all morning looking at it. Actually, whatever that is. It didn't trigger? Is it because it's capitalized? Yeah, and I didn't put the one with a hyphen in there. Non-violence. I need to make it all of them. Yeah, I need to make it all of them. That didn't occur to me. Silly me. I don't know why that didn't occur to me. I need to get every variation of non-violence.
In order for non-violence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. The United States has none.
Finally got it. Thank you. Yes, non-violence without the hyphen, but I need to add them all. I wonder if there's an easier way to do that. Add a pool of different variants for the triggers, but no, what I'll have to do is just actually I should probably research that more because I've just figured out the preset effects. And so I have a preset effects built for that trigger specifically. So I could probably figure out a way to make a pool of commands that would all trigger it. And 10 minutes, I think, is yeah, maybe that's too long of a cooldown. And I don't want it going off every 2 minutes, right? If we're having a conversation and it's being brought up a lot in the chat, 2 minutes is going to be really annoying. And even 5 minutes might be a little bit much. So we'll leave it at 10-minute cooldown for now. But I've got one for Lurk. Because somebody tried to use Lurk in the chat the other day and I didn't have anything there. Oh, and you need to get a trigger for LandBack as well. I mean, I have a command for LandBack, but I would like to get yeah, it's got to be the exclamation point. And there's no cooldown on that, right? Everybody can just go to Lurk if they want to. What else do I have? Oh, and this I just want to hear the sound again. So I'm gonna. That's the other one that that's the one that I wanted to. You did that in chat the other day, Matt, and I was like, damn. I guess I should have one that does that. So, got it set to. You know how? Do you know how to make commands with the command with the command thing, Matt? Because I can just make you a mod real fast. If you know how to use commands to make a command, those should be programmed into the Firebot. I went to the official Discord for whatever it is that does the thing. Can't give you the word here. Okay. Well, you would probably be able to look it up faster than I would be able to do it. So let me figure out the fastest way to. Oh, that's why this is the OBS. OBS can't make you a mod in Twitch, I would have to go to Twitch chat in Twitch and do that there. Able to just because I started to look into how to do the programming for the commands, and it's really just a simple language. It's really a simple language. It just requires a little bit of memorization, and I haven't committed myself to figuring out all of the stuff, how all of that works. But that would be a fun one to have. And if you add a command, then I'll find some. I'll probably get a clip of NWA. That's, I mean, probably I'll probably get a clip from the song by NWA and use that. That's probably going to be probably how we want to do it. Yeah, there it goes. Now it works. And I'll make some kind of sound trigger for that. And I've got a picture already. But there's some F12. I might find an F12 clip. There's some other clips that might, but NWA is the first one that comes to mind. That's probably the one I'll use. I mean, that song is on my likes list. It pops up on my regular listen to playlist regularly enough that I think that it's okay for me to use a command. There you go. Includes Paw Patrol. Thank you. Doesn't it though? And Chris Redfield. Claire is okay. She was never officially a cop. Claire is okay. But it also includes Chris. Sorry. Claire gets the pass. Yeah, that's that. We can do that. But that's bringing this back to our conversation about how we understand the world and this idea of interpolation, right? Think about how much propaganda is actually out there. I think that Resident Evil is a really good example. Paw Patrol is a really good example. For most of our lives, we're indoctrinated in a certain kind of way. Well, and let me immediately point out my own privilege in this. The neighborhood that I grew up in was a plantation. It's called a plantation, a subdevelopment. Right? There's lots of language problems to be unpacked in this. That me and my family were living with a whole bunch of other families in this subdivision of, the suburb subdivision outside of a town, and it was called a plantation. So we lived in this place that was 2 miles away from a submarine base, United States submarine base. So a very big military installation. So it's not a very big town, but it's not a small town either. There's lots of people there in this town, in this area. Lots of people in my subdivision, and my subdivision is patrolled by police. I walk to school every day. I walk to school every day past a police officer whose job it is to stop traffic for me so that I'm safe, right? This is part of my suburban white experience in America, that at every time that I see the police, they're there to protect me. They're there to make sure that I'm safe, to do the job that I believe that police are supposed to do, right? And everything enforces it. And for a little bit of context, 2 miles the other direction from the school. I walk 2 miles to the school every day. 2 miles in the other direction. Those kids also go to the same school. 2 miles in the other direction. It's not a nice suburban subdivision. It's a much different kind of part of town that has a much bit more varied kind of people who were living there, many of whom were not white. They didn't have police there to make sure that they got to the bus stop safely in their neighborhoods 2 miles down the road from me. And I don't know. I'm oblivious. I'm living in white suburbia, right? 2 miles down the road, friends that I know, that I go to school with, who I believe have the same lived experiences that I do, don't. They don't have police showing up to protect them, to make sure they get to school safely every day. In fact, the only time the police show up to their communities is to arrest somebody, one of their neighbors. It's a completely different kind of relationship and a completely different kind of a lesson that's learned. And we go to the same school and work together to build the same kind of understanding about the world. So I'm going to use a word that I mentioned before on a previous stream: reality enforcement. At the school that I'm going to, it's about half white and half not white. So the number of black students isn't nearly the same as white, but it's not that far off, right? We have other groups of categories of people. Of course, in my school, it was very segregated. Groups of students sat together, and those groups of students looked similar, we should say, right? Privilege is a form of ignorance. Thank you, Jane. That is absolutely on point. Absolutely a true statement. And so we go to the same school, and we are together, working together to build an understanding of the world as cohorts. This is something that you do with your cohorts, whether or not you're cognizant of it or not, right? The kinds of social trends that you pick up and adopt are a result of the schools that you go to and the people who are in those schools, right? How you come to understand the world is part of a negotiation with your cohort. So I have my lived experience, which tells me that the police are good, that the police are there to protect us, the kids, the people, and the other kids who live 2 miles down the road the other direction, who have a completely different lived experience. When they're trying to negotiate the reality of our lived experience together, their voices get drowned out because I'm the majority. Enough of a majority, and I have institutional power that 8-year-old, 6-year-old me doesn't know anything about, right? That the teachers, even the teachers who are not white, are upholding a system of white supremacy in this very racist redneck town that I live in, right? That there are systems of a very violently oppressive white supremacy all around me. And those mechanisms are being reinforced by these reality reinforcers, the teachers and the administrators who are upholding the systems of white supremacy in the school. But guess what? So am I. I am contributing to that reality reinforcement that police are here to help, despite the fact that they are brutalizing your community, right? I am taking part in this reality reinforcement by my very being, by my experience of the world having been tailored, having been coerced, almost staged. That's a better word to say it. That my experience of the world had been staged. And I think for way too many young white Americans, their experience of the world is staged. It's a complete fantasy. It's like the Truman Show, almost, right? It's not to that effect that anybody cares about you as an individual. Your individuality is completely erased in this whole process, actually. As a result necessarily of the process, your individuality is erased. As that's the goal. That's the telos. It's not just an unintended consequence. That's the point, is for you to be mayonnaise, for you to have a homogenous experience of the world that is fake and false, but urges you, compels you to reality reinforce certain ideals. And so when we talk about like Noam Chomsky's ideas of manufacturing consent, I think are extremely valuable. Let's absolutely talk about those and unpack those all day. But I think that they fall really short in drawing out the problem, drawing out the reality of the relationship. And this is going back to the thing that I started talking about with Marx, and that leftists have a tendency to glaze Marx a whole lot. Right? This relationship between the base and the superstructure. When we investigate Michel Foucault and how Michel Foucault thinks about history and about the world and about, again, the ways in which our modes of being are coerced into apparatuses of control in increasing ways. That it's an exponential thing that has a life of its own. That's one of the neat things about power, for those of you who are not familiar with Michel Foucault's idea of knowledge/power. It's a thing which has a power and force of its own. It has no sentience, right? It's not a self-directed entity which knows it's a thing and directs itself. But it reacts, it as a body reacts in a way that protects and insulates itself, or it doesn't persist in society. So powers are things, ideas, ideals, institutions, and all of the things that are associated with those that exist in society in a way that they cannot be obliterated. The only way that they can cease to be in any meaningful sense is for there to be some kind of conflict and then synthesis And as a result, that we're going into Hegel now, as a result of that synthesis, that power is now identically something different. It is essentially, is what I meant to say. It is essentially something different, such that its properties, which identify it as a unity, have now changed fundamentally, in a metaphysical way. But for the vast majority of powers which exist and have existed, those powers merely morph. They become something else. And we can see this in the ideas of white supremacy. White supremacy, and let's contrast. I want to make a distinction here between the system of white supremacy in which we live and and a white supremacist ideology, the people who actively, deliberately mean to believe themselves to be superior than other races, and that other races, whatever, garbage comes with that. Right? When we're talking about the ways that it has, right, it at some point in our history, white supremacy had lots of institutional powers and could eradicate whole towns of non-white people, and did. And nobody was ever prosecuted for the annihilation of entire towns that were burned to the ground or buried or submerged underwater. Whole towns were murdered by white supremacists, right? And then we had the Ku Klux Klan, and we had all of these different evolutions of white supremacy. For a while, some of those people had to be a little bit quiet, right? The ideology didn't change, it didn't go away. It didn't leave society. The way that society is as a whole shifted in such a way that that power didn't go anywhere. It didn't diminish. That power wasn't any less. It just moved to a different place in society that was less in people's, but it's not in the Overton window right now. To use a kind of a clumsy analogy to think about this. Right, comparing power structures and ideology. What we do here. So we think about the right. That's why the superstructure base analogy, I think, is deficient. Is that it doesn't take into account enough the mechanisms of reality enforcement which literally determine the world, in shaping the superstructure which shapes the material. I think that there's a Marxist analysis that misses the nuance the thing that it's failing to encompass is the is that it's an oversimplification. It glosses over. It abstracts out. That's the problem. Okay. It took me a second. Power flows. Yes. sorry, my brain's cooking. I just got to get my mouth to get synced up with the brain. Um, Model's too simple because of because of the abstraction. Is the abstraction is the relationship in between the agent. It's the it's us. It's us. The a Marxist analysis abstracts us too much from the material reality of the relationship. That's that I think is the problem that I'm getting at. Is that by trying to abstract ourselves, abstract, um, um, it's that's what it is. It's abstracted individualism is the problem. Is the hurdle, is the block, is the abstracted individualism divorced from the context of the power structure, of the overall the power flows within the overall superstructure of the society. So and this is right. So if we think about, there we go. If we think about the Communist Manifesto, where the parts of the Communist Manifesto where Karl Marx is, Marx and Engels, they're trying to reconcile the class trader, the person who is the worker who won't stop standing the millionaire who is keeping him economically oppressed, keeping them, we don't need to include gender in this at all, keeping them economically oppressed, right? That's that person, we all know a class trader, right? That person isn't a function, isn't merely a function. It is true that that person is a function of society and how society manufactures itself, right? Every one of us contributes to interpolation all the time, every day, whether we want to or not, right? We all do contribute to interpolation. So in that way, we are all functions. We are all functions of what culture and society become. It's really important that everybody is on the same page with this concept of what it means for us to be a function of what culture and society is going to be, right? That we are the replicators, that tomorrow is the direct result of what we have done today to ourselves, with our time. How tomorrow happens is a direct result of the groundwork that we have been laying out for our entire lives up until this moment. That's how to, anyways, right, that but the individual is not just a function. That's That's the problem. And the reason why Marx and Engels couldn't work out the difficulty of the class trader. Why is it that somebody irrationally works against their own self-interest? Why is it that it's not just manufactured consent in the way that Noam Chomsky would talk about it. Yes, that applies, and I'm not saying it doesn't, right? I'm just saying that that's, I think, this much of the whole equation, that the manufactured consent that Noam Chomsky's on about. I think that there's more. I think that there's a much deeper relationship that we have to reality enforcement. In that, well, not to sound too idealistic, but that our hopes and dreams become impossible. Our hopes and dreams become impossible because other people believe that they can't be true. That that's the problem. And this, I was talking about this on the last stream too. We should be right now. We the people should be dismantling ICE. We should not be asking anybody's permission. We should not be waiting for anybody to give us the go-ahead. We, the people, should be systematically dismantling this system of oppression, which none of us have voted for, none of us want. We should already be doing that right now. Because we can. We have the power and ability to do that right now. The thing that is interfering with our ability to do that right now is the other people who believe we can't or shouldn't do that. That's it. That's the obstacle, is other people's wills and beliefs about the world. It's not the military, it's not the ICE people, it's not the weapons, it's not the police or the military or their weapons, and it's not the fact that they can kill us. Those are not the things that stop us. Those are all part of the equation. They all factor into that manufacturing consent thing. But that's, again, a very small part of the real equation. We could just do it, except that so many of us don't think that we can. That's the obstacle, is people's belief about what we can and should do with our own hands without asking anybody's permission, without waiting for the government to solve our problems. That's what we, as moral agents moving through the world, are supposed to be doing, is figuring out what to do with the world, not giving literally all of that responsibility over to the fucking state. People are fearful. Absolutely, people are fearful. And that is a part of the manufacturing consent thing. But something that's been tickling my brain recently is that I saw a statistic about the fear that Russian people have for the Russian police. That the people who are in Russia are overwhelmingly fearful of the police in Russia. And this made me this did not make me think Russia bad. This made me reflect on the United States, right? That's what a critique of state power is supposed to do. Not let us finger wag that other country who's doing it wrong. The reason why we're critiquing some other state power is because we have a state that we need to be critiquing. And it's the thing that's really tickling my brain, and the thing that's hard for me to comprehend, is the difference in competence. Now, I don't have very much firsthand experience with Russian police, but from what I understand, they run a tight ship. when it comes to their performance at what it is that they do, their competence level seems to me to be pretty high. And in the United States, the competence level of police seems to not be very high. They're not really good at anything other than brutalizing minorities. Like that's it. They don't even insulate state power very well. They don't insulate our leaders from accountability very well. They don't do a great job of instilling fear with fear campaigns in the way that they do in other countries. And so I'm wondering why it is that we, United States citizens, are so afraid of our police, despite their overwhelming ineptness. I've seen cops. In even the things that they choose to put on display for themselves to promote their own propaganda makes them look pretty inept, pretty incompetent, pretty careless, pretty negligent, pretty ill-trained, ill-prepared. Is there something tickling y'all's brains too now about why it is that they have any power here at all in the United States to dissuade us from anything? We need to start treating our police force like the French do. We should be taking notes. I don't know if you all have ever seen protests in France, but the police don't have anything under control. Ever. Ever in France. And that's by design. That's because the French people care about how their police are policed and how what kind of oversight, what kind of powers and privileges those police officers have. In France, there's accountability for stuff that police officers, and that should be the case. If you are a law enforcement officer of any kind in any country, and if at any moment you feel like fearing for your life will interfere with your ability to do your job of protecting the population, then you should quit. You don't get to wear the badge. If you cannot competently protect people in society, even when your life has been threatened, if you can't do that job, don't. Put the badge down. You should not be in that position. If fearing for your life means that you just kill someone, you automatically, categorically are disqualified from being a state arm of violence. That's if we want to get into what police, quote unquote, are supposed to be in the, we have to go back, right? Because there's going to be some tricks with language here. The system designed to enslave people needs to go away. 100%. Police are a relatively new concept, only a few hundred years old. Police as we know them now are only a few hundred years old. So absolutely. So there's some language problems that I want to go ahead and nip in the bud. So when we talk about the problems of capitalism, what we are talking about are actually the features of capitalism, right? It's not like poverty is an accident in capitalism. It's a feature. It's necessary. It's part of what capitalism is necessarily. It manufactures poverty on purpose, right? So if we think about police as what they do as a function of is their nominally the function they perform, right? I don't remember what that term is, but when you name something for what its function is, then what they do is insulate the state from accountability. That's what police do. That's their function in society, and has always been, to protect property and to insulate those in power from accountability. Those are the two things that police functionally do in society. System is working as intended, exactly. It's not a flaw. That's how it's supposed to work, right? So if we think about policing in that way, there's nothing redeemable about police. As an institution, it is not something that just societies should have. Period. If it is the case that's what police are, what policing means is that it protects capital and insulates those in power from accountability. That's what police do. That's the function. In which case, no form of policing is just in any just society. Period. Categorically true. You can't have police. If that's what police are, you can't have them. So if we want to think about what we would like to exist instead, right? If we think about what policing is ideally supposed to do in theory, that is, protect the public, serve as arbiters to step in and to hold a monopoly on violence. This goes to state theory and the legitimacy of states in the first place. So the reason why states categorically, technically, morally have a right to exist is when a state protects the rights and interests of its citizens by maintaining a monopoly on violence, so that none of the people in the state can do violence to each other. That nobody has the power to do violence to each other. The only violence is the state, right? This is the quote-unquote legitimacy of state power. I'm an anarchist, so I already take problems with this. I already have issues, but for the sake of argument, let's say that this is what we want. Is want to have, right? We want to recognize liberty responsibly. We want to, instead of just saying that I have a right, or you have a right, or this is a right, in some kind of negative sense. If you remember the example that I used with, or that Trashnomancer brought up, when they were arguing with somebody, right? Well, I can just go into your house and urinate on your couch, right? If you have a right to non-interference and that's all you have, then if you want to have a right to not have your couch urinated on, you have to physically stop other people from doing it, or you have no rights at all, right? And this is a negative conception of liberty, which we've talked about, breaks down, kind of doesn't make any sense. Welcome in, DJ Che. It's so great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Have a great day. It doesn't sound like equality. Doesn't sound, no, and that's the thing. Right? That's exactly right, Jane. Is that if for this ideal to work at all, it must be the case, first off, that everybody in the society is aware of the relationships to each other and to the arbiter, the state, that we are designating as having the monopoly on violence. Like, first, everybody must be aware, knowledgeable, and consent to that. everybody has to consent to this, or it's tyranny, right? Actually. And this is one of the problems that we run into with democracy and democratic organization and ways that democracies are run, even when they're ideally democratically legitimate, is that knowledge is always suspect, right? It's certainly clear that most people in our culture and society right now don't really have much working knowledge about how politics really work. And so we can't be free if we don't know. I mean, just chew on that for a minute. We cannot be free if we don't know. And that's necessarily true. So, yeah, I don't remember consenting to this, right? None of us did. This is all, and that's part of the problem that we get with interpolation, is our ancestors have built the world and then left that world for us, and that world has a bunch of hierarchies, and it has a bunch of police, and it has a bunch of laws, and all of the relationships are already preordained for us. The culture and society that we have been given does not give us the mechanisms for recourse so that we can build the kind of life that we want to. That's and that's a large part of the problem. And the tools of that society are not the kind of tools that you can use to make your own kind of future or your own kind of society. Either you use those tools within the prescribed rails on which your society has placed you, or when you deviate, you will be met with violence or incarceration, poverty, whatever mechanisms the state are using. All of those mechanisms for some of us are in a situation where all of those levers of oppression are on your back pretty much constantly. So the issue is that a lot of the ways that we have looked at the relationship between the base and the superstructure, or the material reality and the reality enforcement of that. When we abstract out the agents who are directly responsible for the power. This is something that I also haven't fully explained with the idea of Foucault's power, because the power isn't white supremacy doesn't have power itself. White supremacy has power in culture and society because of people's words and actions and attitude, right? That the relationship should be pretty obvious, but I want to just take a minute to be explicit about this. Welcome in. A Western liberal democracy ever legitimate? No, something got sniped right off the rip. I didn't even get to read what that was. So, oh, I can click to show. Oh, okay, gotcha. Good. You give me the option to hide it again too. But that's right. Right. When we abstract the agents out and we imagine them as pure functions of culture and society for the process of interpolation, of rebuilding society, recreating society, we can't understand the class trader. We can't understand why somebody would operate outside of their own interests when we take into account complexities of that agent. And when we look at the history, when we look at the kinds of reality enforcement, which for them are integral to their very identity, then I think that we're getting closer to understanding the problems that we're facing in general. Right. So the takeaway, the big takeaway, is that one of the problems that we have with Marx and Marxism is that it is a rigid, rationalistic framework. For those of you who have been keeping up with me and my ethics stuff, talking about ethics, any rationalistic framework is problematic from the get-go, off the rip. Right? Gramsci, okay, finer aspects of capitalism, capital control of individual interns of false consciousness. What? Looks at finer aspects of capital control of individuals in terms of, I gotcha, in terms of false conscious. Okay, yes, it's a dual self-conscious. And so you weren't here when we were talking about this before. We were talking, we've already covered, we've mentioned, I haven't talked in detail about the idea of manufactured consent. And but based on your comment, I think that this is a good time to also introduce ideas of W.E. Du Bois, who would talk about the right. This is where we get the idea of the temporarily embarrassed, not from W.E. Du Bois, but the dual consciousness, double way of seeing oneself. That's where we get the idea of the temporarily embarrassed millionaires, is that the people who don't understand that they literally don't materially have access to that possibility, right? That they see themselves as being a competitor in a market rather than seeing themselves as a mechanism for somebody else's profit, which is what they are, right? That's somebody failing to recognize, see themselves as, well, reintegrated and developed Gramsci temporary terms. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is it's still not enough. It's still far too abstracted out from the material reality. And this is something that Marx has a lot of problems with. If you were somebody who is familiar with Marx and Marxism, like, Marx is all about getting to the material rather than staying in the ideal, but still does far too much abstracting. And this is a perfect example of where, again, when we abstract the agent out, and when we see it as merely a function, we are neglecting that agent as the culmination of a series of efforts, right? That the function is itself a product already, and it's a product of lots of things that have come together to make it thus, to make it the way that it is. Through ally, Russia was provoked by your well, I guess I shouldn't just ban. GB in a bunch of numbers. No. No, I'm just gonna ban him. Anybody coming here with that kind of attitude, just bye. Marx is primarily focused on economic paradigms and their operation in terms of overreaching control. Hey, what's going on, Nova Rider? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Yeah, imagine if. Thank you, Matt. Imagine defending genocide in 2025. Like, and that's it. I read it and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna ban them. And then I was like, well, this is just maybe not so hasty. Let's just wait. Maybe. And then I reread it and I was like, no, there's nothing there. Tuxedo Mask. I didn't see you hiding there. Welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, we got some weirdos in chat today. But that's okay. That is okay. Can you believe they spent 100 million on that stupid Hasbara bot? Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Yeah. But hold on, everybody. I need a snack. I will be back in seconds. Nobody go anywhere. Nobody go anywhere. I'll be back in seconds. I've been streaming for long enough. I need some kind of seat. Counted to 4. That was pretty quick. There is now a post-Marxist looking how to Marxist economic principles on monetarism and the negation of social value. Huh. Well, post-Marxist school of thought. Does it have a name? Is there a group of people that we can? Do you have any? I mean, from China is fine, but I would need them to be in English. I don't speak it. But wherever they're coming from, I mean, researchers anywhere working with good ideas. I'm interested in. Had to mute myself to open my snack because that was really awesome. I'd really appreciate that, Gregorian Disco Ball. Yeah, absolutely, because I would be interested to read those. To find them in English again. I can read German a little bit. Well enough I can actually read German philosophy pretty well, surprisingly. But it's because you use the same words over and over and over again. You just have to know those words, and you don't have to know the breadth of German language to be able to read German philosophy. I'm gonna go find my dad by what by Lost Looking for the Milk. I'm gonna go find my dad. Are you leaving, Nova Rider? By Lost Looking for the Milk. There's something lost in translation there, Nova Rider. Right, I'm not sure what you're saying. What do I consider my wheelhouse to be in philosophy? I'm a systemic philosopher. That's what my training is in classically in systemic philosophy. So rather than me being an expert in, say, ancient philosophy or in modern philosophy or in contemporary philosophy, my expertise is a broad range across many different disciplines. So, as a systemic philosopher, I'm most interested in the systems of truth and value which undergird philosophies such that those philosophies are intelligent and intelligible to rational beings. So, even if you, for example, think a certain philosophy is an irrational philosophy. My pushback would be to find legitimate rational philosophy. So I'm doing a lot of hermeneutic work in that way, where I'm trying to understand how the systems of truth and value that these people hold have allowed them the space to create this kind of ideology, this kind of way of thinking, which is completely rational. It is a rational way of thinking. We might not think about it as rational, or we might not see it as rational, but that's because of the systems of value and evaluation that we are using. So that's really what my expertise is in evaluating in general, to evaluate philosophies. A little bit long-winded, but what do you think about Thalmor racist philosophy in Skyrim? Okay, we'll talk about Skyrim in a minute. Overrider, let me get caught up with chat. Okay. I'm not butchering that name. All right. I really like looking up philosophies for living philosophers too. So I really appreciate that. Sure, if you want to go to the toilet, go to the toilet. But well, yeah, okay. If you're gonna go to the toilet, let me know when you get back, so that I can answer your question about Skyrim when you get back. I think cybergenetics addresses some of the things you mentioned, mostly from an full perspective. So Stanford Beer does turn on its head by focusing on freedom. Genetics addresses. Sorry, what was I talking about 2 minutes ago? I was on the rant about the systems of truth and value, I would imagine. Primitivist and a puritanical genre that ends up naff tattoos, ponytails. Yeah, actually, it's pretty accurate. Yeah. What was I talking about? The cybernetics would be for some of the talking about, mostly from an evil perspective. No, I'm sorry. My memory is not all that good. I don't remember what you're talking about. But that's all right. We'll just talk about Skyrim, I guess. Thalmor. The Thalmors, was that the Stormcloaks? Or was that the racist elves? Yeah, my cat was also not shut up. Somebody followed. Thank you for the follow, whoever just followed. Not sure why it's not popping up in my thing. Oh, that's why. Local dadmin. Okay, so they're the racist elves. Okay. I was talking about the failure of faith and structure to encapsulate. That's what you're talking about. Now I get the Stanford beer. Does turn on its head by focusing on freedom. Okay, so right. Oh, okay. Thank you, Street Cat Love, for bringing me up to speed. So, wow, I thought that I was going to immediately have a pushback to that, but the more that I'm thinking about it, the less that I have a pushback for that. I think I'm gonna have to mull on that. Racist elves. So, yeah, Street Cat Love. I'm gonna think more about that and get back to, yeah, I'm gonna think more about that. We're just gonna put a pin in that and come back to that later. The racist elves. Well, I mean, trying to remember what their ideology was. They worshipped the they were not worshiping the old gods. They were worshiping something new, right? The Thalmor were the ones who created the new religion that was only like 1,000 years old or something. Oh yeah. I mean, I try to be accommodating to all my streamers, or to all my viewers and chatters. I think Thalmor philosophy, some ideas from reading Mein Kampf, probably. They There's probably some good comparisons there, yeah. What is up with that, local dad admin? All of the races are racist. That was one of the major problems that I had with the game when it came to picking the ending, right? The first time I was playing through the game, I remember came to a point where I had to make a decision, and I was like, okay, this is about to get real serious, and I'm about to make a decision that I can't go back on. So, because I don't care about spoilers, I went ahead and looked some stuff up. And I was looking at the endings. And I was looking at how you got to the endings. And it turns out that you're a fascist. No matter how you beat the game, if you want to beat Skyrim, at some point you have to turn into an eradicative fascist who is just killing everybody who disagrees with you. There's not another way to beat the game. And anybody that you side with, you're siding with fascists. All the time. At least Fallout gives you some kind of, there are groups that are overtly racist, and there are some groups that are just kind of racist, and there are some groups that aren't racist ideologically. They just happen to have a lot of racists in the group. But there's always some group of people that you can just pick who don't want to racistly eradicate others. Give me an option. Give me something that doesn't require me to pick up the mantle of fascist to beat the game. Adds to the realism. Well, I mean, I don't think that that's necessarily true. I don't think that people are that way at all. I think that in the United States, it would be easy for somebody to believe that kind of thing because of the way that most of how culture and society is reinforced. The process of interpolation, which reinforces the culture and society in which we find ourselves, right? That's largely the product of racism, and it's a system that is designed to get everybody to point the fingers at everybody else and to always be looking over their back and to feel like they need to be part of some kind of group cohesion, otherwise they're going to be eradicated. That's an unhealthy way to live, and most of human history, most of humanity was not organized that way. That's a new thing. the racism that we see in culture and society, and the way that it is structurally reinforced. I do want to come back to that, the structural reinforcement of the racism beyond the function of the individual, right? Going back to that conversation. I think that there's value in unpacking the function instead of treating them like a function. But again, I think that the problem is this big, and the manufactured consent accounts for this much of of what we're talking about. Like, manufactured consent is there; it's important. It does have a large part to do with how society is recreated. This is a big proportion of this, right? But there's more to it that we're missing, and Marxism misses it. That point there. Fallout does include pacifists too. I like a video game that will give me that option. I philosophically am not a pacifist, but I have a great deal of admiration and respect for people who are pacifists, live pacifistly, and who can adhere to those kind of ideals even in the face of their own harm, right? I think that there's something admirable about that kind of way of thinking, even if I don't agree with that way of thinking. Just saying the only moral option is lose the game. Yes, with Matt, when it came to Skyrim, I mean, I did eventually beat the game, and I got all of the endings. I'd mentioned this the other day on stream, but when I did that with, I knew that I could, at that point, finish the game, and I just finished the endings to get the ending. I used to be a completion person. I used to have the completion. So I beat the game in all three ways to have all three of the endings. And then I went back to my original save before I beat any of the three games, and then played the game out so that I could just live in a world of Skyrim and not have to be the bad guy. I literally chose to play the game, enjoy the game after doing the dirty work of. I mean, I guess I still did the dirty work. Doesn't really rescue me. To say liberalism is a primary mode of fascism, an inevitable function of it, probably. But I'll want to think about that a little bit more, and then give you a more thorough answer. Gregorian Discal. Thormal wants to kill the Nord in Skyrim, and a lot of cut content where you can talk to Thalmor, but it was cut out of the game. Interesting. I didn't know there was that much. I assumed that there was a lot cut out of the game, but I guess it's not that big of a surprise. It's okay. The game. Oh, the game. Yeah, fuck the game too. That's fun. Okay, good. Now that I'm caught up on those. Yeah, I don't know much about the deleted content. I thought that they remastered and re-released the game. Did they include the deleted content in there? Oh, liberalism is a primary mode of fascism. Dash, an inevitable function of it. Liberalism, primary. Yes. Yes, systemically and necessarily. Give me a second to think about it, and I'll unpack that. You got to give a target for it, Matt. But yes. So here's the thing with liberalism. Liberalism, foundationally, liberalism necessarily assumes that there is conflict between the individual and the rest of society, everybody else. This is the fundamental problem with liberalism in general. Liberalism assumes necessarily that there is tension between the individual and everybody else. This is often expressed as conflict between the individual and the state. This is already a mistake, but let's talk about this. Let's talk about that mistake first, and then we'll talk about why it's a mistake, and we'll get there. So, it is not the case necessarily that for you to have rights in a society, that there needs to be a state, and that state needs to positively enforce laws over the people so that those people can be free. That's the first fallacy that comes from liberalism. And now, I am not saying that the way that John Stuart Mill understood liberalism and interference and the state were wrong. I will argue that some other time, but I'm not trying to argue that. What I'm trying to argue is that when John Stuart Mill is coming up with this idea of liberalism, we have already divorced ourselves from a communal understanding of mutual benefit, which used to be the assumed way that we organized our society and elected our leaders. We elected our leaders understanding that those leaders were going to live in the society and were therefore going to benefit from making society better for everyone. This is an assumption about how we used to build culture and society that used to be the case, that we would find people who were interested in making the community good so that they would live in a good community, right? So that the goal is in the process in itself, that there's a circular logic here that's baked in on purpose. It's not a mistake. It's not a fallacy. The circular logic is on purpose. In this, I was talking about this in a previous stream, where Aristotle and Aristotle's philosophy would have not believed it was possible for an individual to benefit themselves at the expense of culture and society. That if somebody benefited themselves at the expense of culture and society are worse off now. This person, being in the culture and society, is also therefore necessarily worse off. That's how Aristotle would have understood that relationship, that anybody in a position to take advantage of the polis, or any polis in a position to take advantage of its people, either of those things would be self-defeating, right? And so we didn't have to worry about that in Aristotelian Nicomachean ethics. We didn't have to worry about that because of how we thought about ourselves in relation to the world in which we found ourselves. Fast forward 1,500 years to John Stuart Mill working out liberalism, right? Where we have formal states, and those states already abuse people, right? That's how those states have come to be the way that they are, and how they have come to be so successful is by brutally oppressing the people into submission. And within this context, John Stuart Mill looks at the culture and society, looks at the way that society is oppressing the people, and thinks that for the most part it's good. Believes that for the most part culture and society is doing okay. Now, I would like to remind everybody that John Stuart Mill literally, while writing his philosophies that we all come to know and love, is the head CEO of the Eastern Trading Company, one of the most evil, nefarious companies to ever colonize the known world, and to exploit all of those people, and to have erected whole prison communities for mining silver and for mining gold, and for, Eastern Trading Company invented that at large scale. The massive explosion of exploitation. John Stuart Mill was the company leader of that company. Right? Let's put this in context of somebody who is interested in devising a philosophy that protects the individual from the state, right? So what we're faced with is somebody who recognizes that, at least on some level, rights aren't for everyone. Right off the rip, John Stuart Mill has to recognize that rights aren't for everyone. So what John Stuart Mill wants is a kind of philosophy which protects enough of the people, some of the people, protects enough of some of the individuals in some of the way from some state intervention, preventing them from being able to live the lives that they want to live, i.e. enslaving people and perpetuating capitalism. And for anybody who used to be a John Stuart Mill fan in chat, probably aren't anymore. We want to send you to a camp if you're a Nord. No. Here, yeah. So let's go back to this. I think one of the cult cut lines, Thelmore can say you want to send it to her camp. A lot of lines, game like hateful lines. Okay, so yeah, so they just cut a lot of the explicit racism out. Nova Writers, what you're talking about, that there was that there were many more overtly racist instances of individuals being racist. And it's interesting that they would have decided to cut all of those things. I guess they felt like maybe it was getting a bit heavy-handed, maybe missing the point of illustrate, because the art of the game, if we're going to give any credit to the game creators, the art of the game is supposed to draw attention to the slavery and supposed to draw attention to the injustice, and I think it's supposed to get the game player to realize that these things are kind of evil. And again, I wish that the game hadn't forced you to understand that they're inevitable. I think that that's a mistake. I think that the world isn't written that way. That human nature isn't written that way. That we don't live in a world without recourse. I think that there are things that we can do. We can build a better society. We can do better. We can be better. I think that is possible. Oh, there's a lot of stuff I missed. Sorry while I'm chewing. Liberal delineation. Yes, there is a liberal delineation in respect of utilitarian thinkers, but would say the central tenet of liberalism, individual justice, is the core factor of fascism, core factor of fascism. Follow your train of thought, but would say the central liberalism. Yes. Well, that's it. Gregorian disco ball. The concept of individual justice. Good, because that's it. Actually, that's the problem. That's literally the problem. Maybe you're going to go on to explain this too. So, Edinburgh Scientific Fascism, Hume, yeah. Imperial colonial legitimacy, yep. Scientific racism, yep. Going to get along really well. The individual is the manifest freedom. Well, the individual is a manifest freedom, but only Gregorian. The individual is a manifest freedom if we think of manifest in the same way that we think of manifest destiny. That is grossly. That is incorrectly. That is as moving through the world with a mistaken reason. The individual is the manifest freedom. Yes, I would agree with manifest in that way that we think about it. Mills is flawed. I hate utilitarianism. Utilitarianism gets a bad rap. Utilitarianism is actually very great. I teach ethics. So as an ethics teacher, as somebody who has access to all of the other different moral theories and all of the different tools that we have for moral problem solving, utilitarianism is still a very, very, very good tool. It's a great tool. It's only one tool, and it only works in one kind of way, and that one kind of way can be very dangerous. So there are problems with using utilitarianism and only using utilitarianism. But it is a very useful, very important philosophy that works actually really well in helping us actually accomplish resolving moral problems in the real world, which is the point of ethics. It's not just talking about the things and having the best principles. When it comes to actually solving problems in the real world, utilitarianism usually functionally works out better than, say, deontology, which we'll get it. That's the problem of rationality. Well, I guess we'll have to have a whole stream explaining the problem of rationality, which will be fun. I love that. That's one of my anyways, a stilted conception of freedom, and I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I will agree with you. Whatever it is that you mean, Gregorian disco ball, by a stilted conception of freedom, all conceptions of freedom are going to be on stilts. That's how you meant that, right? Like, in the way that, the 4 mil, Bentham. Bentham would have said rights are nonsense on stilts. Right. Took me way too long to remember Jeremy Bentham's name. We see liberalism, the bedfellow of capitalism, riddled with supremacist colonial ideology. Yes. Yes. Yeah, yes, you have summed up very well. Absolutely. Yes. No notes. That's it. There's act utilitarianism and rule utilitarianism, and the distinction is very useful and important. That's one of the ways that I trick my students. I have a lot of problems that I need to work out emotionally, apparently, because I like to play tricks on my students, and that's one of the tricks. I give them a quiz question, and the quiz question is a little bit vague, a little bit vague about how utilitarianism would think about the implementation of propaganda for the end of maintaining social cohesion. Right. It's a loaded AF question, right? How would utilitarianism, not how you feel about this, how would utilitarianism or a utilitarian feel about the implementation of propaganda for the purpose of maintaining social? And the trick is that their answer is always wrong. That's the trick, because no matter how they answer it, unless the student has made the nuanced distinction between how rule utilitarianism and how act utilitarianism would treat those, because it's actually two different questions then that you have to figure out, and how those those both are interpretive as well. So you get a myriad of answers, and it's one of the ways I like to trick. Yeah, tricks do help people learn. It's not nefarious. I'm not propaganda can be good. There are the part of the reason why I ever learned to brush my teeth is because there are so many campaigns dedicated to helping school-age children learn good hygiene habits. Because my parents were working all of the time and didn't have time to teach me a lot of stuff about hygiene. I learned how to brush my teeth at school because of propaganda campaigns. Right? Only you can prevent forest fires. That's what that is. It's a propaganda campaign to get you to believe certain things about the world. Most importantly, that certain things are your responsibility. Right? That's what that kind of propaganda does. It helps you to understand your relationship to the world. You can prevent forest fires, but you have to do something. You have to know something. It requires something of you other than your complacence, right? Cohesion could divide into other areas. It would require nuanced propaganda. That's a good answer. It would require nuanced propaganda. Right, so it would have to be an ever-evolving kind of propaganda, a living propaganda, as it were. Why religions are so helpful is because religions have a tendency to take on a life of their own and to live. That's I didn't finish that thought that I was talking about Foucauldian power. When we're talking about Foucault power, and white supremacy doesn't have any power. White supremacy has power in culture and society because white supremacists exist and do things with their words and actions and with their attitudes, such that they have an impact on society. Right? That's that kind of relationship. Highly recommend brushing your teeth. It's a good habit to have. Imagine how propaganda versus facts played in my oppositional defiance disorder. Well, and that's one of the common answers that I get from my students, is that a world in which we have tried to organize social cohesion through forced propaganda will probably have the reverse effect. Right, so and that's with utilitarianism. The three main problems, are the no rest problem, rationality problem, and then the what's the shorthand for it? It's that we can't tell the future. It's it's unpredictability, that we can be mistaken, which is also a rationality problem, but it's a different rationality problem. That we can be mistaken. We can be mistaken about the good, or we can be mistaken about how states of affairs will turn out based on our actions, right? So those are the main, roughly the most talked about problems with utilitarianism. It's the uncertainty. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for, is uncertainty. Thank you. That we cannot know the outcome. that we, when we have a course of action in mind and we do the utilitarian calculus, we're hedging our bets in anticipating that there's going to be some kind of coherence with the model that we have built in reality, which is, again, that's actually the problem of rationality. Just that's a different side of the problem of rationality. The problem of rationality from the other side is that you, as a moral agent, it's supposed to be an absolutist moral theory. Utilitarianism is an absolutist, consequentialist moral theory that you can use, that anyone can use to help you understand the right moral choice. The problem is that you might make a different decision than I would make, which means that it's not a universal, absolute moral theory. Otherwise, all of us would always get the same answer. But we don't all always get the same answer because we value different things and we evaluate the world in different ways. This is a rationality problem from the front side. That we can't assume that our predictions of the model are going to match the material world is a problem of rationality from the other side. It's a different problem entirely, though it's actually the same problem. Philosophy is funny that way sometimes. Well, rationality is not necessarily in everyone's interest. Well, yeah, that depends on categorically how we would define rationality and interest, right? So we could also say that studying is in one's best interest, usually, but there is a point of diminishing returns, right? So if you've got a test tomorrow and you stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning and your exam is at 8 a.m., then that's probably irrational, right? Right? Studying as good is a rational statement, but it requires context, and that's the problem with rationalistic frameworks is they omit the context. Any absolutist rationalist framework, literally all rationalist frameworks, are going to abstract the moral agent out of the situation, take the factors of the situation and arrange them, and then weigh them out or examine the properties of them, right, if we're doing deontology. But what we've done is we've abstracted the moral salience of the moral situation out of the moral situation. And then however we organize those things in any kind of rational way up here, when we go to reinsert them back into the material world, they don't fit. Because we've abstracted those things out, rearranged them, and suited the ideas to fit what we think should be about the world, rather than leaving our morality in the material conditions of the world, which is what non-rationalist philosophies like Aristotelian philosophy or postmodern ethics or feminist ethics are going to do. They're going to, instead of privileging any kind of moral frameworks or any kind of moral values, begin with the moral agent. And from the moral agent, work their way out from relationships to understand how the relationships correlate, to then see what kind of frameworks emerge from the relationships that are present already in the, well, that was a long tangent. If the workers were rational, that would be an issue. And you're talking about, I think, the rationality of revolution, I think you're probably going back to the conversation that we were having about the class trader, right? The inconsistencies in the irrational behavior of the class trader. Is that what you're going on about there? If the workers were rational, that would be an issue. Or maybe it was something else I was talking about then. I was talking for a long time, and I always forget what I've been talking about. That's a thing I do. That's a thing that will happen. Moral relativism is spanner in the works. Wait. Moral relativism, the works is it. I didn't quite get that, Jane. I mean, to be rational requires more than basic needs being met. Yes, 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 yeah. Don't disagree with that at all. Local dadman. Realism is better. Well, realism is, well, we might have to unpack that. That depends on what you mean by realism, because realism is a philosophical school that is sometimes associated with materialism and empiricism. And so those camps, realism, empiricism, and materialism, have their pros and cons. Nuanced propaganda was a context for me. Yeah, if the workers are rational, there would be an issue. No, yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And that's that also explains why you said rationality is not in everyone's interest, because there's not a way that we can rationalize about what social cohesion is that's going to please everyone. And any way that we orchestrate that is going to penalize someone necessarily to privilege someone else. And that is not something that we could rationally believe that everyone would agree to. That everybody would agree to, that some people should have less, and that some people should have more, which is and that's another implied thing, right? So if we are maintaining social cohesion, if we're using propaganda to maintain social cohesion, it's because the society is unjust. I mean, let's be real. If we're using propaganda to maintain social cohesion, it's only because the society is unjust. If the society was just, we would need no mechanism to maintain social cohesion. So necessarily, and that's another nuance that's kind of baked in there that most people don't pick up on. I used to trade digital Pokemon. On my Game Boy Color in class, they called me the class trade. I was trying to figure out where that was gonna go. Matt, you're hilarious. That's awesome. Okay. Thank you, Jane, for clarifying and restating your question. I really, really, really appreciate that. You're awesome. Moral relativism throws a spanner in the works. Does it? Better? Yeah. Throws a spanner in the works. I get. Yes, that's exactly what you said. Moral relativism throws a spanner in the works. Does it? Yes. Well, because this is but yes, in relation to the conversation that we were having about the absolutist moral theories, and that rationalist frameworks are always going to have that. Yeah, that's what you were responding to. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. That's what it is, and it's good. It's there's when we talk about moral relativism too, we need to be clear. Because there is an attitude that people have And moral relativism as an attitude is problematic. It's day one, actually, our very first class in ethics. What we talk about is this problem, is the someone who believes that I have a way of seeing the world and you have a way of seeing the world. They might be different, and those differences are reconcilable. That's a problem. If somebody adopts the attitude that you have differences and I have differences and we have no reason to work them out, or there's no way to work them out, there's no recourse to work them out, then that's a problem. That's moral relativism as an adapted attitude. However, this should be contrasted with the idea that other people have competing ideas about what is right and rational and good. And that is moral plural relativism. A plural relativism where there's a recognition, right, that what's the thing? The claim is often made that no one actually believes that other people's viewpoints are just as good as their own. This is a claim that I've heard, and I've heard lots of people defend this in a bunch of different ways, that that at the end of the day, that we might be able to entertain other people's ideas, and we might be able to change our mind about our ideas. But that at the end of the day, that we cannot, as rational beings, we cannot entertain the idea that other people's beliefs about the world that are different than ours are just as good and just as valid. And I reject that. There are people who see the world that way. I'm not going to deny that. There are people who believe that they see the world a certain way and that everybody else is just wrong, right? This is the Christian problem, that those people don't believe that they have any reason at all to entertain the viewpoints of others because they have direct access to God, which means they have direct access to truth. Anything that you have which is contrary to that is wrong and bad, right? Not only do they not have a reason to entertain your ideas are wrong and bad and should be changed, right? So this is the opposite of moral relativism in the dialectic sense. So, and that's why we have to have the nuanced conversation about the attitude versus the idea that other people can have competing ideas, and that those competing ideas can have value, right? That's all ethics really is. And this is something that I've explained before, that to do ethics requires that you understand that your viewpoint is not the only one, and that if you want other people to take you seriously, you have to learn how to articulate your beliefs about the world in a way that other people will understand. That's what ethics is really about, is learning about how to articulate your attitudes towards morality and about the world in a way that other people not only take what you have to say as valuable, but cannot refuse to, right? That's when you're making a moral argument, you are arguing why there is a moral imperative, there is a moral reason for us to act in a particular way, which requires us to do something. Otherwise, there's no reason to talk about ethics and morality at all, right? And so that we can accomplish something, something meaningful in the world. And to accomplish something meaningful in the world with our words, we have to articulate our ideas in ways that other people accept it, which means we have to understand how they understand the world too. and be sympathetic with this, at least to some degree, so that we can understand those modes of rationality, so that we can say words that make sense to those people. Oh, that's why the utilitarian propaganda would need to be targeted and nuanced. Yes, yes, yeah, absolutely. More to your point, absolutely. People do have irreconcilable worldview. JTB. JTB. Okay, thank you, Matt. Talk to you later. I hope you. Oh yeah, it's about that time. Hope you have a great day. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing. In the channel and stuff. Appreciate it. I'll see you later, Matt. I hope you have a good one. And this is a good time for me to shout out DJ Che. Hello, DJ Che again. Who's been hanging out. Everybody, DJ Che is a streamer. They're very smart. They also talk about these kinds of things, though in a little bit different way. But they're amazing, and you should go follow them. What if you say I am wrong, but everybody should follow my thinking anyway? Well, okay, that's a good thing that we can address. And ethics is just how humans have an ought from is. It's going to be really hard to push back against that at all. Well, morality and ethics is how humans can derive an ought from an. Yes. Yeah, very succinctly said, actually. Yeah, that's how. Well, it's to not push back on that local dadman, but to rather unpack that a little bit more. Engaging in ethics implies necessarily that one understands that there are states of affairs in the world that could be better. That's something that often gets missed about the conversation in ethics. That it presupposes that states of affairs in the world could be better. So determinists, for example, hard determinists, have no reason to do ethics. Or rather, hard determinists engage in a kind of ethics which is justification. Right? It's not trying to understand what one does, it's trying to understand how one has been so coerced, so conditioned, so compelled. So it means that you believe in free will, and it means that you believe you could be better. And that's also a really important thing to learn about the world. That we care about ethics in the first place means necessarily, however terrible a human you are, you could be better. Necessarily. And however bad society is, it could also be better. And also means however good society is, it could probably also be better. That I don't think that society can be perfect. And ethics is a process. It's not that word often gets confused. It's never done. Ethics is not something that you do to check off your list so that you can go about the rest of your day. Ethics is an all-day, everyday thing. You're never done. Same. I'm always in imposter syndrome mode as well. That's something that I talk about on the stream. Yeah, please join the Discord. Is there a maximum number of Discords that you can be in? I didn't know that there was a cap. Yeah, this is what we talk about. This is what my streams usually are. So, my last stream, I was still setting up Streamlabs, or getting rid of Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and the stream before that was even worse. So, I didn't really talk about philosophy nearly at all in those last. Well, a little bit. I got a few clips out of them, but yes, an ever propagating process. Absolutely. Good. Yeah, absolutely. This is a good chance for me to also ask for money. I really like to ask for money. I'm not really a big fan of shelling on the Twitch, as it were, per se. But it would be nice if any of you have the ability to contribute to the channel financially with a subscription or with some bits or any way that you can contribute. Actually, it would be better if you could just donate right here at the coffee link, and that way Jeff Bezos doesn't get any of these dollars. You donate to coffee, coffee gets a little bit of percentage, and everything else goes right to me. Whereas, like, I think I only get about half of what a sub. I think if you pay $6, I get $2.50 of $6 from a subscription. It's like I think I get a slightly higher percentage, but pennies. it adds up. But Bird, miss a notification. Have a great discussion. Oh yeah. I might have put the discussion in. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why you missed the announcement, but I'm glad you're here now. It has been an active chat. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff. Welcome in, Trash. I hope you're doing well. I was going to bring things. Oh, there was another thing that somebody said that I wanted to unpack more too. Justify true belief, what Christians use to justify their world. Yep. Oh, what if you say I'm wrong, but everybody should follow my thinking anyway? So this is how most of culture and society, I believe, has been perpetuated. Is literally that. The idea that what I mean is the people with the levers of control in society. Those people are not fools. Those people understand freedom, actually, in a way that we can't. This is something that we've talked about on the channel before, that when we try to come up with ways to articulate how we move, quote unquote, freely through the world, our language fails us. And it fails us in important ways because we cannot actually conceive of real freedom. None of us are actually free. None of us actually have real rights. Bold claim, and I will happily back it up all day long. You don't have any rights at all. None. If you had rights, you would not have to appeal to the state when somebody else violates your quote-unquote rights. If you had rights, you wouldn't need mechanisms of recourse. If you were free, nobody would be interfering with your rights, actually, in the first place. What you have are privileges. You have the privilege, if you live in an industrialized country, have the privilege of going to your state to appeal to your state to be an arbiter on your behalf when somebody else has violated your rights. which means if you don't live in that kind of country, or if you don't have access to a lawyer, or if you don't have access to the legal system, you have no rights. Categorically, necessarily. Oh yeah, and that's what I was, and I believe that the people who have the levers of control, those who control the mechanisms of culture and society, those people understand what real freedom is in a way that we don't. Those people have something closer to freedom. They don't also have real freedom because they also live in a capitalist society, and that capitalist society has constraints on them. Now, what it requires of them is that they maintain the machine. They don't have to contribute their labor. They don't have to contribute their time or their body. They just have to keep the machine going, but they also have to. They don't have a choice in the matter either. They are also not free to just do whatever they would like. They live in a society of rules, and that society of rules has conditioned them to be a certain way, and they can't deviate from that, or can only deviate from that so much. And I believe that I believe that that's what's going on. And I don't think that's your point. To be clear, when you were talking about that Gregorian disco ball, what if I say, what if you say I'm wrong, but everyone should follow my thinking anyway? Right? That's not the kind of idea that you were speaking to, but there was a truth there that I thought was really worth revealing. But yeah, that's the other thing that I wanted to say with regard to that has to do with discourse theory. So don't let me forget that I want to say more about that with regard to discourse theory too. But I want to get caught back up with chat because it's flying. Long standing email. Oh. Yeah, you can be a little bit wordy. I don't know if you're quite as wordy as I am, but you can be a little bit wordy. It felt good. Good. I'm glad that it felt good. It did take some effort, so doing well, but a bit emotionally fatigued. That's fantastic, Trashnomancer. What a W. W's in chat for Trashnomancer for being able to confront a long-standing abuser and that they feel good about it. Good. W's in chat for Trashnomancer. That's awesome. Challenge drives innovation. Yes, I think that challenge does drive innovation, and in a way that capitalism doesn't. Aw, good. Language is weak, but also the best tool we have. Yes, the only tool that we have. Conception of rights that is liberty conceded to by a state. Is this wrong? Okay. Jane says, I have the conception of rights that is liberty conceded to by a state. This is not wrong. That is not a wrong way to think about it. That is how we come to know rights. But my argument is that's not rights. That's not the real thing. It's a facsimile. And it's a shoddy bought it from Temu facsimile of what our rights actually are. And again, it's because we have to appeal to some third party arbiter to step in on our behalf for our rights to matter. Right? Your rights to peaceably assemble go so far, but they don't go so far as protecting the protesters at Standing Rock. Right? Who were attacked, brutalized by police. They were attacked with police dogs. They were sprayed with water hoses in below freezing weather. they were abused beyond comprehension in the United States, on United States territory that is supposed to be literally their sovereign land that they are supposed to have dominion over, on their land, right? But they don't actually have rights to freedom of speech or to rights to peaceably assemble. None of us do. None of us do. You only have those rights if you try to exercise them and no police show up to brutalize you. That you have to appeal to some third-party arbiter for all of your recourse, for all of your rights, means that you don't have them. So the state does. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to appeal to the state to arbitrate on your behalf. Your rights should belong with you, to you. You have the rights. The state never had the right to take them from you in the first place. But I'm just an anarchist talking, so... And I just noticed that there's somebody at the local admin said, "Oh, look out, everyone! Waxing philosophical is a statist." As I'm going on, that's so funny. But yeah, you weren't here at the beginning of stream. I was talking about that. Thank you. I'm glad that you like the setup. And yeah, we've got the integrated chat. Nobody is over on YouTube. Talking, but messages were from YouTube. If anybody's over on YouTube and they can join in on the conversation, you integrated chat. Finally, make sure you get your protest permit, right? And this is right. So let me get a little personal real fast. As an aside, because I've been kind of bothered about this. So last weekend, I had a lot of stuff planned. There was a protest in a town nearby me, that I was going to attend, to protest an ICE detention center location that's in the area. And then the next day, Saturday, I was going to go to another protest and then meet up with some people from Indivisible and start talking about some organizing. And I've been planning this for weeks. Been looking forward to this for a very long time. And come Friday morning, I was really mentally not in a place to do that. I couldn't. And I still really wanted to. But also I recognized that it was not going to be good for me. It wasn't going to be healthy. It wasn't going to be, was not going to be a good choice. So I stayed home on Friday and I felt really terrible about it. And then again, Saturday, I ended up not going. I started doing a lot of stuff for me on Friday afternoon, and that turned into something else. Anyway, so my weekend didn't go as planned, and I didn't spend any time this weekend doing protest, though I'd planned to spend all weekend protesting. But as I'm sitting around being hard on myself, right, feeling bad about this and being hard on myself for having missed the opportunity to do something, while I'm sitting here thinking about this, I'm like, well, what opportunity to do something did I miss? What was it that I was gonna do? And then I started to feel less bad about having missed the protest that was organized by the Democrats, that's organized by this big group that I know has gotten permits, that I know the police are going to be there. The police were involved and informed in the organizing and administering and carrying out the protest the last time I attended a protest. So, like, while I'm sitting around, being really depressed and sad and hard on myself for having missed the opportunity, I'm like, well, what did I miss anything at all? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for somebody to convince me that I need to take more seriously protest. I don't know. Yeah, good to do you things. And I was doing stuff for me. I was getting in touch with myself again. Um to put it esoterically. A bit tight on time for personal care, and that's what it was. I think Crashnomancer, really, I think what it was is you've got your tank of energy, or if you want to use a spoon analogy, you've only got so many spoons in a day. No matter who you are, no matter how able-bodied you are, you only have so many spoons in a day. And I think that I had reached a point, Trash, where I had just kind of ran out of reserves. I didn't have any extra spoons for anything else. I had not had time for myself. I had not had time for myself until I couldn't afford to not have time for myself. I had to. Didn't have a choice, actually, at that point. But and I think I let myself get a little bit too over the limit. Basic first needs is emergency, but care for yourself first. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah. Don't owe the world those things. They would be exceptional networking opportunities. I mean, maybe that's what I'm thinking, is there might be networking opportunities. But the very next comment, Jane is like, liberal counterinsurgency. Yes, and that's in, and I hate to say that's all it is, but I have seen zero evidence that there is anything more at all to what I was going to be involved in than liberal counterinsurgency. But there might still be the opportunity for networking, because I should be meeting other people who are interested in other kinds of tactics. Especially because I do live close to a potential ICE detention center, which would potentially be opening within the next few months. Right? That's something that is time sensitive and does require some direct action. And I should be doing direct action stuff, but there's nothing I can do by myself. I need comrades. So that's kind of what I'm hoping, is that I can find comrades. Indivisible is a great org, though. That's good to hear, local dadman. I'm glad. You seem to be a sensible person. I know that we've just met. This is your first time here in the stream, but you seem like a sensible person. And if you think that Indivisible has some value, then that means something. The primary arm is captured. Does it mean minded folk might show up? Oh, does it mean like-minded folk might show up? Yeah. And that's that's exactly right. The primary arm is captured, but there might be other people, and I know that there will be. I've at the other events that it's hit or miss. At some of the other events, I've met people who are interested in tactics beyond. But generally, and this is when I started, I talked about this on stream, when I started being critical, right? So I was talking to people and I was getting to know people, and once I started talking and people understood that I knew stuff and that I could that I sounded smart, people started to kind of group around me, and there was a couple of people that I was talking to, and then I started to be critical of the Democrats. I started to be critical of organizing. I started to be critical of nonviolent and liberal counterinsurgency. And as I started to get louder and more critical, more and more people started to walk away and started to mill about until I was just standing there with one guy. One guy was talking to me. The crowd dispersed when I started to be critical of the system and to be critical of the Democrats and to look for alternatives. Nobody wanted to have any conversations about that. And but you got to keep going, I guess. Just because it was like that once doesn't mean it will always be that way. Creamy Asteroid, it's been a while since I've seen you. Welcome in. Good to see you. I mean, that's a red flag. Big red flag. Big red flag. Indivisible grabbed most of the energy in my area and hasn't mentioned Palestine in months. Well, see, and that is a big red flag. Look at the crowd, meet the folk. Lots of folks self-identify through their attire. Sort of easy to pick the folk to talk to. That's true. You can almost always pick out an anarchist. So, and I look like the oddball because I show up looking like a college professor. I don't go in t-shirt and jeans generally. I show up looking like a college professor, like a well put together adult, despite the fact that that's just a facade. But then, people don't see me, a well-dressed, respectable-looking person, and expect anarchist necessarily. But usually I can look over a crowd and be like, that's not a Democrat. That's not a liberal. That person has different ideas about the world. So, I mean, you can't judge a book by its cover necessarily, but there are signs. People give indicators. Maybe the cops should pay you to protests. So you are more of an idealist? Well, can be. I mean, so yes, actually. It's funny that you mention that because I spend a lot of time being critical of Marx for not being material enough. But the other thing that Marx, the other thing, the spirit, there's a spirit of something which exists. Hey, somebody just gifted a sub. Thanks for the gift sub. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really appreciate the support, Anon. That was awesome. Oh, right. So in Marxism, to me, there is an unmistakable spirit of Marxism, and that spirit is idealist. And I think that Marx is aware of this. The whole project, right? So if we think about the project that Marx was engaged in the time and place that Marx finds himself, when Marx is talking about the ideas that he's talking about, what people keep saying, the accusations that people keep giving to Marx is, well, you're an idealist. You're a utopian. You are utopian. And rather than run away from that, Marx said, yes, I am a utopian, and I'm going to direct my philosophy at this telos, at this end that I want to accomplish, which is utopia, which is this idealistic, perfect society. Because we should shoot for that. even if it's not possible, right? Shoot for the stars, at least, or shoot for the moon, at least you'll land among the stars, right? It's an adage that that's not truth. That's not true in any real sense, but it's meaningful in a real sense, right? That difference between, it's not really to the letter categorically true, it's true in spirit. And I think that Marx was aware that he was directed at something very idealistic and very utopian. And he had to figure out a way to justify that. And how better to justify an impossible end than to demonstrate that we have the material conditions for that end, right? Because that's what Marxism is. It's a roadmap pointing us to the material conditions that we need to actually liberate ourselves, actually be free, to no longer have our rights behind a paywall, to no longer have our rights arbitrated by the state for us. That's what free means, is that we are in control of rights. We are in control of human dignity. We control who, when the bombs drop, right? We live in a world now where bombs drop on defenseless people. Right? Right now, that's happening in Palestine, in the Congo, and in a number of other places around the globe. People are just dying needlessly. Not without use, not without purpose. There is a purpose for their death, but their purpose is evil. And we could just do things differently. And that requires that we hold on to some kind of idealism. It requires that every now and then we look up from the material conditions to remember what it is that we are aspiring towards. What is utopia? What does it mean? And why does that have value for us? That's what determines how we get there, is by looking at the idealist things that we believe might be impossible and figure out the material conditions to make them not impossible. That's what I believe. That's the spirit of Marxism. Whether or not that's what Marx themselves felt, I can't say, right? But I think that authors like Lacan, authors like Zizek, I was trying to think of a third, but I can only think of those two. I think that those philosophers like those would agree with me that about the idea of the spirit in the philosophy, and that it's still meaningful, divorced from the material reality. But that's as long as we keep in perspective, right? We are not trying to grudge our way toward the impossible for the sake of impossible, right? We're not setting our goals on impossible for impossible's sake. We're setting our goals on things that we think are valuable, and then determining what kinds of material conditions can bring those about, right? That's a different kind of thinking rather than the impossible struggle for the impossible. Hope that makes sense. And to focus on what could be and try to work back to there. Yeah. The only thing that prevents me from bringing the gap from here to there is a lack of knowledge and the wisdom to use it correctly. That's a good quote. I'm not sure I recognize the quote, but it's a good quote. Bridging the gap from there is a lack of knowledge and the wisdom to use it correctly. Yep. That's the only way, the thing preventing you to get from A to B. And this is a little bit of inspiration too, right? So this is true about your life. If there are things in your life that you think are uncomfortable, things that you're unhappy about, things that make you upset, things that set you off and make you sad or angry or feel depressed or be hard on yourself, remember that all of those things are yours. You've constructed all of those expectations, all those ideals, and all of those things don't have to matter. Because the thing preventing you from living a happier life is you. And this thing that Trash Nomancer put in the chat, the only thing that prevents me from bridging the gap from here to there is a lack of knowledge and the wisdom to use it correctly, right? But that's why we try to learn and grow, so that we can open up those avenues of knowledge, so that we can find things that were epistemologically unavailable to us previously, so that we can find out how to open those doors, so that we don't have just corridors to knowledge that we have hold true. Oh, Trash Nomancer, I meant to give you credit while you were here too. I was using your tree analogy an awful lot, and I just wanted to credit for the awesome analogy. Thanks. A slippery slope has an opposite. Slippery slope has an opposite that idealism falls victim to. I like to call it the Mount Everest problem. Yes, and that's I was trying to figure out a way to articulate the Mount Everest problem. That there is that, and that's what I mean. If we are seeking the impossible for impossible's sake, without any recognition of what the material conditions are, we're just fantasy. We're just chasing fantasy, right? That's not going to be helpful or useful or help us understand the world at all. That's us neglecting the material conditions that we have. But I think that you've done a great job of articulating that it's the opposite of the slippery slope, right? Where idealism can lead us down these paths of despair, to use Hegel's language, right? Where we are walking along a path that we believe is going to get us to some kind of truth or some kind of revelation, and what we keep finding is more dissatisfaction. We're every step that we take, we are just more dissatisfied with the whole process, rather than recognizing that the dissatisfaction is the answer, that we need to stop looking there for that answer, right? That's to how Hegel would have, to use Hegel's imagery. That's how I want to say that. Bombs dropping on defenseless people requires bombs, defenseless people, and people possessing bombs, and the desire to drop them on defenseless people. Yep. Well, and that's, but again, that's exactly, Creamy Asteroid, more true to my point. Those people don't have freedom, right? Palestine isn't free. And so there's a quote that I've got a clip that's going around, and if anyone doesn't have rights, nobody has them. This is, I believe, a categorically true statement about the world. If anyone's rights are not being entirely upheld, nobody has rights. Which is why I think that if we have to appeal to any third party, any state or any other arbiter for recourse for us to have rights, we also don't have them. They are ours. And we all have the rights, or nobody has them. If it's the case that rights exist and anyone has them, we would all have them. Or what we have are an arrangement of privileges, which is, I think, more true to the case. A more real representation of the culture and society that we live is you have degrees of privileges. Some people have more and some people have less. Right? Where I am, if um, a company, if a company were to prioritize their profits over my breathing air, my drinking water, and the environment that's directly around me, I have no recourse but to move. I have to move because I can't go into legal war with some company who has a whole team of lawyers who are going to bury me. I don't have rights. Because if I had rights, it would not be the case that somebody's company could exploit the land in such a way that it deprives me of my freedom, which it literally does. If that's the case, then I don't have that right. I don't have that right. Literally, really materially in the real world, I don't have a right to my space and to my property and to not be molested and to live happily and freely. I don't have those rights. None of you do. If you have to pay for your food, you don't have any freedom. Any. You are not a free being who is living in a free society. You don't have the right to food. You don't have that right. And if you don't have the right to food, what do you have the right to? Right? Oh, no worries, Trash. If you can't remember the source of the quote, it's okay. I'm a huge fan of the axis of resistance and the right of the oppressed to defend themselves. I will not go into specifics or explicits. Yeah. Well, and well, we can talk in vagaries enough, Creamy Asteroid, that no one who has the privilege of a nation which will advocate on the citizens' behalf simply for their existence. Anyone who has that privilege, that their nation will advocate on their behalf simply for existing as a citizen. No one with that privilege has the right to judge the actions of the unsovereign, of those who are fighting for their self-determination, which is fundamental right. If rights mean anything, if anyone has a right to anything, it is self-determination. Decide for yourself what your life and world is. No one has the right to tell somebody else how to fight for their right for self-determination. That must look like however it must look. Because the right for self-determination is always morally right. Everything else is back burner. Despite the structures of social constructs that we have erected to make us neglect that truth. So one of the things that I was really going on about in one of my previous streams is that we have a nearly immediate access to our moral community. Metaphysically speaking, this is a very profound statement because you don't have immediate access to material reality. Don't. You have only mediated access, mediated through your senses, through your being in time. You are a subjective being who has a subjective viewpoint, who values certain kinds of things because those things benefit you in your time and place. And you're not wrong for valuing those things that benefit you, but you are biased. You have a subjective viewpoint necessarily of the world. You don't have objective access to material reality. You have nearly immediate access to your moral community. You don't have that kind of access to any other thing in existence. Nothing else is that immediate except for your ego. Whoever it is that you are, your identity is the only thing that you have more intimate access to. You have yourself and your moral community. These things are intimately related. The economy, the stock market, your nationality, your gender, your religion, these are all social constructs that don't actually have any real material substance. They don't matter at all. These are all abstract ideas that we use to make sense of the material reality. But instead of spending our time making sense of the material reality, we spend our time living up here in these abstract concepts. This is the Zizek problem that I've mentioned before. That rather than people being engaged in their place in the world, they're engaged in nationalism and in economy and in being a gender and in being whatever it is that they're being an anarchist and being on Twitch, and all of these modes of being are imaginary. They're all social constructs that you have cooked up to understand the world. None of that's actually real, except your moral community and your intimate relationship with your moral community. This is real. This is substantive. This is where real life is. And everybody is looking up here all the time. I mean, fighting for the subjective interpretation of is your whole job. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, fighting for subjective interpretation is the whole job as an ethics professor. Well, yes. Right, but it's plurality. And so this is the thing, local dadmin, it's, I believe that Hannah Arendt is one of the best ethicists that has ever written philosophy. If you look up works from Hannah Arendt, you won't identify any of those works as ethics works. Most of them are about politics or rights or about, it's mostly social political philosophy in that vein of working through philosophy, of working through, yeah. But from Hannah Arendt, we get plurality. I use this word an awful lot, and I don't really unpack the word very much. So plurality is a necessary reality of our collective existence. There's not a whole lot of things that we can look to the world to know concretely, but that the world has others in it is something that we can undisputably look at the world and know, right? The world is populated with others. And the way that we know those others to be, those others existed before we did. Before this ego, this identity, had a self to call itself. This self was among others, populated in a plurality. And Hannah Arendt argues that the perspectives that we have of the world are all so radically different that we share almost nothing in our experiences of the world. We share almost nothing. The only one thing that we share, the one characteristic, the one essential component, which is true for all of them, for this being and your being and all the other beings, is that each one of them has an experience of the world that is unique, that cannot be shared. Everybody has a viewpoint, and that viewpoint can be shared with nobody else. And this one fundamental characteristic is the one thing that we all share, is that each of us has an experience of the world that we can't share. That's the thing that makes us all the same, is that each one of us has our own unique experience of being in time, our own relationships to the world. And that being in time will always be something brand new. So this is Apolitical Daddy, is somebody that was in the stream previously, who is kind of a determinist and was having trouble coming to understand how it could be if culture and society manufactures itself in these ways, that these mechanisms automatically condition people in certain kinds of ways. There's a lot of this process that is purely deterministic, right? So it makes sense to have that viewpoint of interpolation and of our relationship to the world. Hannah Arendt is going to help us come up with free will in the milieu of this interpolative machine that keeps recreating society in the way that it has been designed to recreate society. And that where we get change, where we get new, is you. Nothing like you has ever existed. Ever in all of human history. Nothing like you has ever existed. You are brand new. And so the things that you can do are unique to you. You can do things that nobody else, no other human that has ever existed could do. Only you can do those things. And it's because of your being in time, your time and place, where you are in the world and how you've orchestrated yourself, right? That we, as fundamental beings, have an opportunity to recognize how it is that our being recreates the world around us. And in so, with this recognition, we can choose to recreate a slightly different world. We can't make it radically different, or extremely different. I shouldn't use radical in that way. We can't make it wildly different tomorrow than it was yesterday, but we can make it a little bit different. And when we make things a little bit different, a little bit at a time, and if there's a lot of people who decide that making that little bit of change is worthwhile, then we can make a lot of really big changes. All it takes is for people to get on board. All it takes is for people to believe. Going back to the very first conversation that we had at the beginning of stream, was that the obstacle that prevents us from being free, the thing that prevents us from dismantling ICE, the thing that keeps us from dismantling the state, the thing is other people's wills, other people who believe that those things are impossible. That's what interferes with our ability to make the world a better place, is that there are so many other people who believe a better world isn't possible. That this is the best it's going to get, and they're just trying to make the best of what they've got. We need to change those people's mind about what is possible. We need to show them propaganda of the deed, direct action. We need to show them that these principles and these ideals are not just things that look good on paper, that they're grounded in material reality, that we can just feed people and house people, and if we give people access to health care, and if we give land back, and if we stop giving so much crap about people's gender and what bathroom they're using, then we could just build a better world. We could just do that. We just got to get people to believe that such a world is possible. On the other side, we have an issue of the commons. Aha! Internet edition where everyone has main character syndrome, I think is a main character syndrome, and there's an issue with quality over quantity. Excuse me, there's an issue with quality. You said quality over quality, but I think you meant quantity over quality. But yes, so good. On the other side, we have the issue with the commons. So, for those of you who are not familiar with the problem of the commons, as it's sometimes referred to, this comes from Hardin. I'm not going to be able to think of their first name. But Hardin, last name, Hardin argues against the lifeboat. It's the lifeboat idea. Spaceship Earth. I teach this. Golding, I think, is the one that came up with the lifeboat spaceship analogy. And then Harding is pushing back. This is the lifeboat analogy. So this, and that's the famous thing. In fact, if you want to look it up, you would look up Hardin lifeboat. It's the lifeboat philosophy. It roughly argues that there is a finite number of resources. There's a finite amount of stuff on this planet, right? If it is the case that Spaceship Earth is going through the spaceship, it's going through space, and this is the only thing that we've got, right? Then we have finite number of resources, finite amount of resources. If we have finite amount of resources, then there are only so many ways that those resources can be divvied up. And Hardin argues, based on population growth that they had amassed in their article that they published in a newspaper, actually, that the population was growing in poor countries at a much faster rate than populations were growing in developed nations, where there were more people with lots of money. You're right. So we have poor countries with lots of poor people who are expanding at an exponential rate, and other countries that have rich people who are growing, but growing more slowly. That we're going to have a lot more poor people and more poor people and more poor people until all of the lifeboats, all of the countries, in the analogy, each of the country is its own lifeboat, and they're all, the country is the world is just sinking, right? So each of the countries is becoming overwhelmed with all of the poor people who need the subsidies and who need the help. This is part of the problem of the commons. Not the problem of the commons, but it's part of the problem of the commons. So the argument goes, actually, before I finish the whole thing. Good. We'll come back to that in a minute. So the argument goes that if you have a commons, so the example that Hardin uses is, let's say we have some sheep herders, and we have a bunch of sheep herders that are all using one common space for their flocks. And they have some kind of system where some of them get to use it this amount of time and some of them get to use it this amount of time. And they all agree that nobody is going to overuse the space that everybody needs to use for their flock. But the problem, Hardin argues, is that somebody might. And if somebody does, right, then that person gets the benefit of taking advantage of everybody else. And this person is going to be advantaging themselves, disadvantaging everybody else, and destroying the commons. Other people are going to see this relationship and decide that this person is onto something. And so more people are going to begin to abuse the commons. More people are going to keep more sheep in the field than they're supposed to, or keep their sheep in the field for longer than they're supposed to. And you're going to have this escalating problem of people degrading the commons. The pushback that I would have for that is, no, that's not what people generally do when they share resources communally. And we know this because of hundreds of thousands of years of human history. Generally, that's simply the pushback I have for the degradation of the commons argument, is that we have lots of evidence of cultures and societies largely being cooperative and supporting each other. Very few people are performing labor. Very few people are engaging in work. And even those people who are engaging in labor are only engaging a few hours a week to feed everybody, to feed their parents and their grandparents and their children and their grandchildren. That for most of human history, very few people have needed to work very few hours to grow enough food and to build enough houses and to make enough clothes for everybody else to have plenty. It wasn't until we began to bottleneck resources, we began to push people off of the land so that they couldn't grow their own resources, and we crammed them into cities so that they couldn't have access to their own ability to take care of their basic needs. When you have a bunch of people who don't have the ability to take care of their basic needs, you have a bunch of needy people, right? And therefore, you have a need for a state. You can't get rid of the state because all of these people need the state, right? And this is how the problem of statism came to be a problem in the first place. The state made itself indispensable in your survival so that you can't live without it on purpose. That's the function of state. Oh, we talked about the function of cops, right? The police are there to protect capital and to insulate the leaders from accountability, right? What is the function of state? That's it. Oh, great. Trash. Did you consider manifest destiny? I have described existence as all entities being gods with infinite power until they challenge the will of another. Different things have different goals. A rock wants to be a rock. Grass wants access to light and water. Humans want all sorts of things. And physics has its own ideas, so it doesn't leave a lot of casual movement. But with effort, many cracks can be squeezed through. Yeah, you're talking about the determinism, free will. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and this is part of that too, Trash Nomancer. With this construction, there's some Sartrean eyes of the other in this. So the idea that when we're in our own mind, we get to be the master of our reality. But when we see that other people are looking at us, we realize that we are the object of their attention. We can do anything with our imagination that we want to. And then we realize that other people can see us and can imagine us in any kind of way that they want to. That we are the objects, the subjects of their objectification, right? And that there's So we become defined by them, determined by them in that kind of way. Right. Groups organizing can build expansive stresses, further opening cracks. Yes, groups. Swap lifeboat for time, for attention, and you have the issue now. Yes. Yes. Local admin. Swap lifeboat for time and attention, and you have the issue we have now. Yes. It's Malthusianism. That's a mouthful. It's Malthusianism. And Hardin took Malthusianism, formalized it into what looks like an academic argument, and then that lifeboat argument has been since debated in the marketplace of ideas as though it's something that we should really be giving, not something that we should just be giving credence to, that should be determining, should have a determining influence on how we set our policies, how we organize our laws, and how we think about these structures. Just an analogy I used to work with folk who got framework to describe other. Yeah. No, I think that's a good tactic to use, Crash. Tragedy of the Commons is a fake ass lib shit propaganda tool. Yes. Nice, well said, Creamy Asteroid. Couldn't agree more. I mean, there is an argument there, and it's the same argument as the free rider problem, right? There is an argument there. I don't think it's a real argument. In the same way that the tragedy of the commons is not a real argument. I think that it's that the fallacy of the free rider is also a mistake. Just reading that Manifest Destiny. But did you consider Manifest Destiny? Variation of the liberal capitalist will just want to gather all of the wealth and power for themselves because we tell kids that people just want to gather all of the wealth and power for themselves. Because yes, that's how the process gets interpolated. And this is we accept things as axioms, because you weren't here for when I was talking about axioms. So we when we make judgments, right, when we go about the world and we make judgments, we depend on our categories of apprehension, we depend on our axioms of value, and these things construct the stuff from which our judgment is able to construct frameworks for evaluating the world, right? Before you make judgments about the world, your judgment has been interpolated. It is the product of culture and society, who has programmed you, who has told you, who has conditioned you that these things are valuable, that these axioms are real, that these things are true. In some of those axioms that we as a culture and society come to teach our children as necessarily true is that world hunger can't be solved, is that global peace is utopian, it's impossible. We tell our children that these things are inevitably impossible. And we make that an axiom of their understanding of the world. It's no wonder why we find ourselves in this situation where we can't solve these problems. Axiomatically, we have conditioned our children that the thing that they're supposed to do is hoard wealth. Look at our culture and society deifying Elon Musk, despite the fact that he barely has 12 brain cells in that thing that he calls a mind, right? That Elon Musk is a barely functioning human adult. Barely functioning, let alone some kind of technological genius. No, but our culture and society deifies him, glorifies him, to the point that kids want to be him. He's the joke of all the memes, but kids still want to be him. And why wouldn't you? Elon Musk is living a life closer to freedom than any of us are ever going to. Again, it's not a real freedom. He doesn't have any real freedom either. In capitalism, nobody is free. As long as you have to pay for your rent, your right to exist in a place, as long as you have to pay for your right to eat, which is necessary for your survival, as long as you have to pay for access to water, it's all just a figment of your imagination. You're fooling yourself. They're all just relative privileges that you have. I don't do the free will thing much. My arguments tend to go to material conditions, and that our understanding of the world is associative. Okay. We can only choose. So we can only choose understand. Only understand our choice. Yeah, we can only choose what we understand our choice. Oh, I missed some other stuff here. Variation of the individual attention to access and equality over. Okay, you guys are doing a back and forth, but is quantum. So consciousness is quantum. What's observed, we become determined. Well, local admin, I see the LOL, so you're kind of making a joke, but also, yes. In a very not a joke, not funny way, yes. When my eyes gaze upon you as a being, I define you, I take you in, I take you up as a subject and attribute to you qualities that you didn't do, that you don't have, that you didn't manufacture, that you took no part in co-authoring, right? So it's kind of a joke, and I can see that you're kind of a joke, but also, yeah. Don't do the yeah, that's right. And our understanding of the world is associative. So associative, do you mean relational associative, or do you mean associative in a different way there, Trash? What about the choice of action versus inaction? Threshold affect different physiological conditions filtered through a pre-existing association. See, and that's right, but you can change the programming. Right? If you are an association engine, you can be programmed differently. Oh, maybe. It depends on how the model. It depends on how you come up with the model. Actually, now that I think about it, there's some more complications. Yeah. Mission assumes that humans are actually rational. Yeah, and that's the problem with rationality in general. Trees with squirrels running up and down them. Well, yes and no. Oh, I forgot to go back and talk about the thing that it was a rational thing. It's gonna the some. Oh no, the yeah, Gregorian disco ball was talking about rationality is not in everyone's interest. Okay, so let's take a minute and talk about rationality. Here's rationality seems tricky. It seems tricky, but it's actually not. There is a non-paradoxical way that we can work out rationality to exclude whole arenas of possibility. Now, we might have problems getting rationality to give us a concrete answer, just one, right? That might be a struggle that rationality, quote unquote, the thing rationality can't do. It might be the case that rationality cannot give us just one answer. However, we can categorically rule out whole options, whole sections of ideas, whole courses of action through systematically understanding rationality, which requires that you get out of your head. To really understand rationality, you have to take your idea of self-interested and divorce it from yourself as much as you can. So usually when we're talking about ethics, especially in this space, I like to keep us in the material and not abstracted in the ideology. But just for the sake of this thought experiment, take your self-interestedness, the self-interestedness that you have, that you understand as self-interested, abstract that from yourself, and imagine that self-interestedness having a conversation with itself. So we can imagine the trolley problem. I think is one of my favorite ways to illustrate this is welcome back, Matt. Fuck the police. One of the best ways to illustrate this is the trolley problem. So a consequentialist will look at the trolley problem. So the trolley problem is there are 5, you're walking along and you realize there are 5 construction workers who are standing on a trolley track. And there is a trolley on its way, ding, 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 ding. A trolley is on its way to run into those 5 people. You also notice you are standing next to a lever. You can pull the lever and divert the trolley onto another track that only has 1 person. Classic trolley problem setup, right? So a utilitarian will evaluate all of the moral agents with impartiality, privileging none of them. So would evaluate the inputs and outputs, right? We have 5 people die versus 1 person die. So the utilitarian pulls the lever, right? But would a contractarian, that's what I was talking about when you take your rational self-interested, you divorce it from yourself, and you make that self-interestedness have a conversation with itself. This is discourse theory, or discourse ethics. Same thing. So the idea is you imagine everybody in the moral situation, in the trolley problem, everybody would have some say-so in how we would go about making the decision of pulling the lever. There are 6 people involved. There are 6 people involved, right? There are 5 people on one side of the track. No, there's 7 people. That's why I had that. I said the wrong thing, and that's funny. My body got it right, and my mind didn't. There's 5 people on one track. There's 1 person on another track, and there's another person, the moral agent, who can pull the lever. They're all morally salient, and they're all moral agents that have to be entered into the moral calculus of our decision-making. So if we consider all of the people who might be in all of the positions, it's irrational for anyone to assume that somebody else would be okay with being the one sacrificed. If your self-interestedness is having a conversation with another self-interestedness, and you're like, well, I want to pull the lever, and that other self-interestedness says, but I don't want to be the one sacrificed. Therefore, I wouldn't rationally concede to that course of action, right? That's how discourse theory can help us understand rationality in a way that's actually meaningful and helps us make sense of moral problems above and beyond utilitarianism, right? So discourse theory is really a great way for us to hammer out what a rational agent would agree to, right? And being sacrificed for everybody else's greater good is not something that we would expect a rational agent to be on board with, right? There are some people who believe altruistically, in this moment, I'm going to sacrifice myself for the greater good, but we should not expect that to be the basics, the basis for morality, the bare minimum. That shouldn't be the bar, right? Things that we wouldn't expect every rational agent to agree to could not be the bar that we set for our morality. Pull the lever halfway through, right? I like that enough people know that solution. Everything's a reconstruction of the trolley. I know. All thought experiments, really. Philippa Foot ruined philosophy in one of the best ways by giving us the trolley problem. Everyone in the trade should have known the risks, right? That's the capitalist answer, right? Tools, right? A reasonableness, I guess that's true. Reasonableness and rationality, and that's the thing. So earlier I made the claim. No, I guess that claim that I made earlier about rationalist philosophies. Yeah, so never mind. The sweeping claim that I made about rational philosophies still stands. It's true for even discourse theory. All rational theories run into the same problems of rationality. But I think that we can make this distinction between reasonableness and rationality and still consider the rationality problem an unsolved problem. And I do, actually. I do. I think that adhering to deontology or adhering to consequentialism or any other kind of absolutist framework is a mistake. It's just a bad idea that is going to help you sometimes make moral determinations and will sometimes betray you. Any absolutist moral theory that is rational will absolutely do that every single time. Every single time. There are going to be situations, states of affairs you cannot account for. But discourse theory does rescue rationality from some of the problems that it has in general. And it's not required teaching. It's and I'm just going to tangent for this for a few minutes because I've already streamed a little bit long and I don't want to go much longer. But when it comes to the bare minimum of what I'm required to teach as an ethics professor, right? There's certain boxes that I've got to tick off so that the competencies for my course match up with the competencies for other courses at other universities, at other colleges, in different areas, in other countries, that credit is going to have meaning. And the reason why you can take my college credit to some other university in some other country and still get taken seriously is because I have to check off a whole bunch of boxes. Okay. So the boxes that I have to tick off, I have to teach utilitarianism, deontology, Aristotelian ethics. Am I forgetting something? No, that's it. That's what I'm required. That's what I'm required to teach. I'm not required to teach indigenous philosophy, which I do. I'm not required to teach African philosophy, which I do. I'm not required to teach Eastern philosophy, as in Buddhism and Hinduism, which I do. I'm not required to teach care ethics, discourse ethics, none of that. And those are all better tools. Every single one of those things that I just listed that's not required, every one of them is hands down, handily, in every way, in every situation, for every applicable purpose of using frameworks to understand ethics and morality, they all work better than utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics. So it's just one of those funny things that all the required things are just really not that helpful, and all of the really helpful things are things that I had to go out of my way to find a bunch of extra information about, so that I could be qualified and expert enough that I can teach those things. Right? I had to go through a bunch of extra stuff, extra hoops, extra that I didn't get paid for to do that. And that's why our society is the way it is because you're not rewarded for doing a good job. Actually, you're rewarded for doing the bare minimum or less, typically. That sounds better than the Christian worldview class I mostly skipped. Yeah, I can imagine that was not very helpful. Was it reality? The tool isn't reality. Thank you. Far too often people point to the tool as reality, chased out conceptual sphere to ridiculous levels, and still cannot will it into reality. Yeah, absolutely. To ridiculous levels. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so this has been a great stream. This has been fantastic. We've got some new friends. We talked about some great stuff. I stayed kind of on topic a little bit. We talked about freedom, liberty, and authority quite a lot, actually. And we talked about interpolation. I should have spent more time talking about the narrative. That's every time I was going back to Foucault and talking about power and power knowledge and that stuff. That was all part of a greater conversation about narrative that we still need to have. That that we'll have left. Or later. We'll have it some other time. Anyways, thank you all for being here. Thank you for all your contributions to chat. It's not too late if somebody wants to, like sub to the channel or donate some bits. But also, if you can't do that, I understand. And I don't want anyone to feel bad or feel guilty because you can't support me. Capitalism is tough out there. It sucks. It's not fun, and you got to do what you got to do to survive. So or follow. Yeah, follow and tell a friend. Bring your friends. That's what I want. Is rather than donations and bits and subs, just tell your friends. Bring your friends so that I have more people to talk to and more people who are going to put awesome things here. Because that's where the meat of this stream is. I'm not doing work here. You all are doing the work of making this a great, wonderful, beautiful place where we talk about amazing ideas. Thank you for dropping the raid message, Street Cat Love. Really appreciate that. Everyone who, if you've got a sub, please copy and paste the raid message. We're going to raid into $27 or 27 Club. They changed their name a while ago. So this is one of my all-time favorite streamers. David is fantastic. I love hanging out in this community because I learn a lot, and he helps keep me accountable and help make me better. So let's go give some love to David in his community. Go say hi, drop the raid message. And until the next time I see you, be excellent to each other.